afternoon to all of you. A very good afternoon to all of you. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all at this symposium and panel discussion titled Parampara se Pragati tak, integrating Indian knowledge system with contemporary architectural practices, organized by Council of Architecture as part of the BuildCon, Bharat BuildCon 2026. The Bharat BuildCon is being conducted with the support of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry and Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, reflecting a shared commitment towards advancing sustainable development, innovation, infrastructure, and the future of the built environment. Today, we gather to explore a profound question: how can the wisdom of our past guide the innovation of our future? India's architectural tradition have always been a remarkable blend of science, sustainability, culture, and human-centered design. As we entered an era shaped by artificial intelligence, digital technologies, climate challenges, and rapid urbanization, the need to connect our rich heritage with contemporary practices has never been more important. We are honored to welcome distinguished policymakers, industry leaders, architects, academicians, and professionals who have joined us for this important dialogue on shaping the future of our nation through design, planning, and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, before we formally commence today's program, may I request all to kindly rise for the national anthem. Nidhi.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you everyone. Please be seated. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, members of Council of Architecture, representative of Bharat BuildCon, delegates and participants from across the country, a very warm welcome to each one of you. Architecture is not merely the creation of structure, it is the creation of identities, communities, and aspirations. Through today's symposium, we seek to explore how India's rich architectural wisdom can inspire the technologies and innovations of tomorrow. Today, we are deeply honored to have Architect Gajanan Ramji, President Council of Architecture, Shri R.K. Oberoi ji, Registrar Council of Architecture, Shri Deepak Kumar ji, Deputy Registrar Council of Architecture, Shri Jitendra Katiria ji, Director Bharat BuildCon, Shri Vishal Acharya, Director Bharat BuildCon, Dr. Rashmi B. Tandon, Deputy Director, Training and Research Center, Delhi, Council of Architecture. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our dignitaries for gracing this association. May I request to all the dignitaries to kindly come on the stage and join us, please. Thank you so much. To formally welcome all our distinguished guests and participants, may I now invite Shri R.K. Oberoi ji, Registrar Council of Architecture, to deliver the welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Shrutika ji. Honorable President Council of Architecture, Shri Gajanan Ramji, Dr. Binumal ji, Honorable Member, Council of Architecture, Shri Jitendra Katharia ji, Director, Bharat Buildcon, Shri Vishal Acharya ji, Bharat Buildcon, distinguished speakers, moderators, and panelists, respected academicians, eminent professionals, architects, esteemed guests, and dear students, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm good afternoon to all of you. It is my privilege and honor on behalf of the Council of Architecture to welcome you to this symposium and panel discussion on Parampara se Pragati tak, integrating Indian knowledge system with contemporary architectural practice, being held as part of Bharat Buildcon 2026. At the outset, I express our sincere gratitude to Ministry of Commerce and Industry and the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, for supporting this important initiative. I also extend my appreciation to Bharat Buildcon for providing a vibrant platform where ideas, innovation, and professional wisdom converge. The theme of today's symposium could not be more timely. India stands at a defining moment in its developing journey as our cities expand, technologies evolve, and aspirations rise. The demand of our built environment are becoming increasingly complex. Architects today are challenged not merely to design buildings, but to shape sustainable, resilient, inclusive, and human-centered environments that respond to the need of both present and future generations. In this context, the question before us is not merely how we design the future, but the knowledge and values should guide the future. For centuries, Indian architects evolved through a profound understanding of climate, geography, materials, culture, and community life, from traditional settlements and vernacular practices to the principles embedded in our knowledge systems. We inherit a legacy of wisdom rooted in sustainability, resource efficiency, contextual design, and harmony with nature. These are not merely lessons from the past, they are solutions of enduring relevance for the challenges of the present and the future. The journey from Parampara to Pragati is therefore not a departure from tradition, it is an evolution built upon it. True innovation does not emerge by abandoning wisdom, but by reinterpreting it for contemporary realities. As we embrace digital technologies, artificial intelligence, advanced construction system, and new modes of practices, we must ensure that our built environment remains deeply connected to human values, cultural identity, and local context. It is the philosophy that forms the foundation of today's program, thoughtfully created by the CEO Training and Research Center Delhi team, headed by Dr. Rashmi Tandon, Deputy Director. The first session, Wisdom of the Past, Indian Knowledge System, Vernacular Architecture and Heritage Transformation, will explore how traditional knowledge and heritage can continue to inspire contemporary architectural thinking. The second session, Future of the Built Environment, Digital Technologies, AI and Next Generation Architecture Practice, will examine how emerging technologies are transforming the way we conceive, design, construct, and manage our built environment. Together, these discussions reaffirm an important truth. The future of architecture lies not in choosing between heritage and innovation, but in creating a meaningful dialogue between the two. We are privileged to have with us eminent gathering of policymakers, architects, academicians, industry leaders, and professionals whose collective experience and expertise enrich today's deliberations. I express my heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, moderators, and panelists for sharing their valuable insights and perspectives. The Council of Architecture remains committed to advancing excellence in architectural education and professional practice while fostering thoughtful engagement with the opportunities and challenges of a rapidly changing world. We believe that conversations such as these are essential for shaping an architectural future that is innovative in approach, sustainable in intent, inclusive in spirit, and distinctly Indian in character. I am confident that today's symposium will inspire new ideas, foster meaningful collaborations, and deepen our collective understanding of how India's rich knowledge, traditions, and emerging technologies can together shape the next chapter of architecture practice. As we begin today's deliberation, let us remember journey the journey from Parampara to Pragati is not a journey away from our roots, but one that draws strength from them to shape a more sustainable, innovative, and meaningful future. With these words, I once again extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished guests and participants and wish you a productive, engaging, and intellectually enriching symposium. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for your warm welcome and for setting the perfect tone for today's deliberations. Your continued commitment towards architectural education and professional excellence remains a source for inspiration for the fraternity. Now, Bharat Buildcon has emerged as a powerful platform that brings together innovation, infrastructure, sustainability, and industry excellence under one roof. May I now invite Sri Jitendra Katiria ji, Director Bharat Buildcon, to address the gathering.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you to COA, the Council of Architecture, Architect Gajanan Ramji, President COA, Shri R.K. Oberoi ji, Dr. Rashmi Tandon ma'am. We have been actually interacting with COA for almost a year now. We've been talking continuously on how do we increase the engagement of the architects with the building material manufacturers, because architects being one of the main stakeholders, very influential community, they have a very strong say, and both sides, both the user side and the manufacturing side, a very rare community that both the sides listen to them. So they have a huge say in the standards, in how the products are designed, how the products are consumed. So we always meant that COA should be an active part of the Bharat Buildcon team and Bharat Buildcon platform, and we are thankful to COA. They have been continuously supporting us in various stakeholder meetings, and also utilizing this platform to invite the architects to be a part of this panel discussions. So I again thank Council of Architecture. I request all of you architects present here to take this opportunity to interact with all the material manufacturers who are present here. Please connect with them, share your insights, and of course, we would love to hear more feedback from you on the design side, and we hope to have more meaningful engagement from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words and for sharing the vision behind the significant initiative. Your effort is creating platforms that foster collaboration and innovation are truly commendable. As a token of our appreciation, may I request Architect Gajanan Ramji, Shri R.K. Oberoi ji, Mr. Jitendra Katiria ji, and Dr. Rashmi P. Tandon ma'am to kindly felicitate Vishal sir. May I request to all dignitaries to kindly felicitate Mr. Jitendra Katiria sir also. Architectural profession plays a pivotal role in shaping the future of our cities and communities. It is now my privilege to invite architect Gajanan Ramji, President Council of Architecture, to deliver the presidential address. Over to you, sir.
धन्यवाद। आज इस सभागार में उपस्थित आर्किटेक्ट, इंडस्ट्री के लोग, विशेषज्ञ जो भी यहाँ उपस्थित हैं, सभी को काउंसिल ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर से तरफ से स्वागत। और भारत बिल्डकॉन के श्री जितेंद्र जी, विशाल जी, आप लोगों ने जो ये प्लेटफॉर्म प्रोवाइड किया है काउंसिल ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर को, उसके लिए आपको साधुवाद ज्ञापित करते हैं। क्योंकि जिस इंडस्ट्री को लेकर आप चल रहे हैं उसका काउंसिल ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर से बहुत ही गहरा वास्ता है, रिश्ता है। क्योंकि अक्रॉस द इंडिया काउंसिल ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर के साथ में 2 लाख तकरीबन आर्किटेक्ट्स सूचीबद्ध हैं, रजिस्टर्ड हैं। मतलब कहीं न कहीं से एक बहुत रिश्ता है जो आर्किटेक्ट अक्रॉस द इंडिया काम कर रहे हैं काउंसिल ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर से। क्योंकि अभी हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं परंपरा से प्रगति तक, परंपरा से विकास तक। परंपरा क्या है? अगर हम आप सबों से पूछें और समझें अपने दिल से, तो परंपरा एक अपनी समझ है, कालखंड का एक अपना विकास का रास्ता है, कालखंड के साथ में अपनाई जाने वाली रीति है। यह रीति पूरे भौगोलिक परिस्थिति पर भी निर्भर करती है कि किस भौगोलिक परिस्थिति में उसको अपनाया गया है। क्योंकि अभी हम एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ बढ़ रहे हैं, लेकिन अगर हम पीछे मुड़कर देखते हैं कि ये जब एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे पास नहीं थे तब भी जीवन था, जीवन काल था, बल्कि अभी कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं कि बहुत बेहतर रूप से था। तो हमको उस परंपरा को देखना होगा, परंपरा को समझना होगा। और परंपरा केवल भौतिक रूप में नहीं है, फिजिकल रूप में नहीं है, यह परंपरा हमारे पास ज्ञान के रूप में भी है। चूँकि थोड़ा सा अगर हम चूँकि आपको लिबर्टी लेते हुए रामायण की कुछ पंक्तियाँ उद्धृत करते हुए आपको बताएं, तो आपको लगेगा कि आज से 200 साल पहले तकरीबन जो चीज़ें कही गई है गोस्वामी तुलसीदास जी के द्वारा, तो वो चीज़ें थी क्या, उसका मीनिंग क्या था और उस कालखंड में उसकी रेलिवेंसी क्या थी। जैसे उसमें लिखा हुआ है कि गुरु गृह गए पढ़न रघुराई, अल्पकाल सब विद्या पाई। मतलब जो राजा दशरथ के पुत्र थे, गुरु के गृह में गए और छोटे ही समय में सारी विद्या को प्राप्त कर लिए। लेकिन आज भी हम कहते हैं कि ये कोर्स 5 साल का होगा, 6 साल का होगा, 10 साल का होगा, कहीं मेडिकल है तो और कुछ कुछ होगा। मतलब पढ़ने का सिलसिला ख़त्म नहीं हो रहा है। इसलिए अभी पढ़ने का सिलसिला ख़त्म नहीं होने के चलते बच्चे बच्चियां कहते हैं कि शादी करने का भी समय नहीं आया है। इसलिए इसका इम्पैक्ट भी आपको बहुत सारे आने वाली पीढ़ी पर पड़ने वाली है और समाज में इसका जो इम्पैक्ट है वो दृष्टिगोचर हो रहा है, मतलब दिखाई पड़ रहा है। अगर हम एक और दूसरी पंक्ति को लेते हैं, बहुत रेलिवेंट है, आप समझ सकते हैं। जितना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बात हो रही है, जितने गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के द्वारा रिफॉर्म्स की बात हो रही है, अगर आप उन शब्दों पर जाएंगे तो पाएंगे कि 2 साल पहले महाकवि तुलसीदास जी ने इसको कैसे परसीव किया और कैसे लिखा है। हम उसकी बात पर नहीं चालते कि वो सत्य है या असत्य है, वह काल्पनिक है वह या कुछ भी है, लेकिन चीज़ों को अगर परंपरा को समझेंगे तो आपको पता चलेगा कि वो चीज़ें हमारे लिए आज भी रेलिवेंट है। हनुमान जी जब लंका में प्रवेश करते हैं तो लंका का जो जिक्र करते हैं उसमें देखेंगे कि कनक कोट विचित्र मणिकृत सुंदराजित यति घना, चौहट हाट सुगट वित्ति चारुपुर बहु विधिवना, बनवाग उपवन वाटिका। अब लाइन यही आपके लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है। वन वाग उपवन वाटिका, सरकूप वापी सोहि, नरनाग सुरगंधर्व कन्या, रूप मुनि मन मोहि। कहने का इसमें तात्पर्य है कि वन जंगल, बाग बाग, उपवन उपवन, वाटिका सर, कूप वापी सोहि। मतलब जिस तरह से श्रीलंका का जिक्र उन्होंने किया है, उसमें जो भी आज हम कहते हैं कि ग्रीन, आपको ब्लू, ये सारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाने की ज़रूरत है, उसकी कल्पना उन्होंने अपने इसको कृत रामायण में 200 साल पहले किया है और समझाया है लोगों की। अगर मान लीजिए कि वह आपको सही है, तो सही का रूप को ही धारण करके हम लोग इसको देखते हैं कि वो जो हमारी परंपरा थी, आज परंपरा कहीं न कहीं ये जो हमारा टेक्नोलॉजी का चकाचौंध है उसमें हम भूले हैं, फिर वापस जाने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं, या फिर उससे हम शिक्षा लेने का कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो हम समझते हैं कि काउंसिल ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर जो आज ये कार्यक्रम करा रही, सिंपोजियम करा रही है, जो यहाँ पे आपको इसमें टॉक में सम्मिलित होने के लिए विशेषज्ञ आए हैं, वो अपने क्षेत्र के बहुत ही मर्मज्ञ हैं, लेकिन उनकी मर्मज्ञता का अभिप्राय तभी सफल होगा जब यहाँ से उपस्थित लोग हैं उसको लेकर जाएं, कुछ समझ कर जाएं, और जो जहाँ भी हो वहाँ उसको रिप्लिकेट करने का कोशिश करें। उनको आप जो यहाँ जो टॉक सुन रहे हैं, आप किसी और को जाकर सुनाइए और समझाइए उसको कि हमने ये सुना है, आधा भूल गए हैं, आधा मेरे पास है, कोई बात नहीं है, लेकिन आप ये जो कार्यक्रम हो रहा है इसका एक मैसेंजर के रूप में जाएंगे, जहाँ भी जाएंगे लोगों को समझाएंगे, यही अभिप्राय है। और काउंसिल ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर का उद्देश्य भी यही है कि अगर आर्किटेक्चर शिक्षा को हम ये रेगुलेट करते हैं या उसको बढ़ाने का कार्य करने, बढ़ावा देने का कार्य करते हैं, तो वो इस कार्यक्रम का पार्ट है। उसी की तरह आप लोग यहाँ उपस्थित हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आप लोग यहाँ शांति से बैठे हैं। मेरा मन का ये बात है कि आप शांति से कुछ समझ कर और सीख कर यहाँ से जाएंगे। बहुत बहुत आपको धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत आभार।
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring address and for your continued guidance and support. Your insights have truly set the tone of our today's discussion and have encouraged us to reflect on the importance of integrating our rich architectural tradition with contemporary practices. Thank you so much, sir. Let's have a group picture with our all dignitaries. May I also invite Shri Deepak Kumar ji, Deputy Registrar sir, on the dais, please. And Dr. Binumol Tom ma'am, Member of Council of Architecture. Our all panelists for our today's session. Please join us on the stage. Dr. Naveen Piplani ji, Ms. A. Vijaya ji, Architect Gaurav Shore sir, Dr. Shalin Sharma ji, Dr. Shikha Jain ma'am, Architect Harsh Thapar sir, Shri Akash Deep sir, Architect Krishna Leela Murthy ji, Shri Madhukar Pandey ji, Architect Rajiv Lunkar sir, Mr. Rajneesh Sareen, sir. Thank you so much to all of you. Thank you so much, Jitendra ji and Kataria ji, to joining us in this very packed schedule. May I now respectfully invite Dr. Rashmi B. Tandon, Deputy Director, Training and Research Center, Council of Architecture, to deliver the keynote address, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shrutika. Respected distinguished dignitaries, honorable guests, esteemed panelists, fellow architects, academicians, industry leaders, and I think we have few students also. A very warm and respectful good afternoon to all of you. It is an absolute privilege to welcome you to Yashobhoomi, Asia's largest and most advanced convention space. As we inaugurate this vital dialogue, Parampara se Pragati tak, we are gathered here today under a unique and powerful convergence. This symposium is hosted under the Knowledge Partnership of Council of Architecture, the statutory body constituted by the Parliament of India under the Architects Act 1972, functioning under the Ministry of Education. Council of Architecture is the regulator of over 300 colleges, architectural institutions, and the custodian of National Register of Architects. The Council of Architecture does not merely Council of Architecture does not merely observe India's transformation. We are called to lead it. Our mandate is to shape the national discourse, forge an unbreakable bridge between academia and practice, and ensure that every brick India lays is grounded in deep-rooted intellect. It is with this great responsibility that we have stepped forward to anchor this pivotal dialogue at Bharat BuildCon 2026, endorsed by Ministry of Commerce and Industry and the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Bharat BuildCon has rapidly ascended as India's premier global nexus for construction technologies, smart materials, and next-generation infrastructure. It is the perfect stage for our mission. While the exhibition floors around us showcase the pinnacle of material innovation and Industry 4.0 technology, the symposium provides the intellectual soul, the vision, and the human blueprint that will guide those materials. The Council and Bharat BuildCon are strategically aligned, channeling every effort towards realizing the Viksit Bharat 2047 roadmap. Let me begin with a striking reality. India is not just building, it is rewriting the history of human habitat. Over the next 2 decades, our nation will construct more urban infrastructure that any civilization has ever attempted in a single generation. By 2027, India will officially become the world's third largest construction market, with an industry output surpassing $1 trillion. As Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji aptly noted, earlier infrastructure projects meant delays. Now they mean delivery. Look at the staggering velocity of this delivery. Our national highways are advancing at 34 kilometers per day. Railway electrification has vaulted to 4,000 kilometers annually, with over 45,000 kilometers energized in just last decade. And our operational airports have more than doubled from 74 to 150. Yet, the national mandate from the government is fearlessly clear: speed, quality, and sustainability. But in this magnificent rush to build, we must confront a fundamental question. Are we building only for tomorrow, or are we building upon the wisdom of millennia? As India builds at an unprecedented scale, will we merely construct, or will we create? Will we blindly erect glass boxes that fight our sun, wind, and water? Or will we design responsive habitats that breathe, that remember, and that belong? This is why Parampara se Pragati tak, I call it not as a poetic phrase, and it's not just for a attractive caption we picked it. It is a strategic necessity. The great philosopher and former President of India, Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishna, once said, "Tradition is not the worship of ashes, but the preservation of fire." आज जब हम परंपरा से प्रगति तक की बात करते हैं, तो हमारा मतलब अतीत की रूढ़ियों को दोहराना बिल्कुल नहीं है. हमारा लक्ष्य उस ज्ञान की अग्नि को थामना है, जिसने सदियों से हमारी वास्तुकला को जीवित रखा है. भारत की वास्तुकला की यात्रा हमेशा से परंपरा और प्रगति की एक खूबसूरत कहानी रही है. सिंधु घाटी सभ्यता के क्लाइमेट रिस्पॉन्सिव शहरों से लेकर हमारे मंदिर, बावली, हवेलियाँ और रीजनल वर्नाकुलर ट्रेडिशंस में छिपे ज्ञान, our built environment reflects centuries of innovations that are deeply rooted in our culture, ecology, and community. Our parampara is not stagnant museum piece, it is a living repository of advanced engineering logic. The genius of Indian architecture has always been hidden in plain sight. Let me just very quickly share a brief story about legendary British-born Indian architect Laurie Baker. He used to say, "I have my own building code, and it's a very simple one. Never use a material that has traveled more than 5 miles if a local one is available." When Baker first arrived in India, he looked at our traditional mud huts and village homes. He realized that rural villagers of India knew more than thermal mass, wind orientation, and material efficiency than any textbook written abroad. He didn't copy them blindly. He used modern engineering to scale their wisdom. Now, that is what is Parampara se Pragati. For decades, colonial building codes, post-independence mass housing pressures, and a globalized glass and steel aesthetic pushed this wisdom to the fringes. Today, we reclaim our heritage not by rejecting tomorrow, but by grounding it in the depth of our civilizational memory. The Government of India has strongly championed the integration of the past and the future, where like the new building codes also are reclaiming the ancient wisdom. Passive design elements, the chhajja, the jali, the courtyard are repositioned not as cultural embellishments, but as empirically validated energy modeling tools essential for achieving the net zero outcomes. The National Education Policy 2020 places Indian knowledge system at the core of learning. Our Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, has continuously challenged us to dream audaciously and establish India as a global construction superpower. Our task today is to build the bridge. Over the next 3 hours, this symposium will unfold across two interconnected pillars that balance memory and modernity. As we move into our technical sessions, we stand at a truly pivotal crossroads. The challenge before our distinguished panelists and moderators today is to steer this conversation in a unified, actionable direction. The core question is not whether we choose tradition or technology. The true question is how we meaningfully integrate both. While our rich knowledge systems, crafts, and traditional practices offer timeless lessons in sustainability, emerging technologies like AI, BIM, digital twins, and Industry 4.0, which are radically transforming how we design, build, and manage our own cities. The future of our education lies in creating a new breed of professionals, architects who are deeply grounded in India's civilizational wisdom while being masterfully equipped to navigate a rapidly evolving technology landscape. This calls for a completely renewed vision of architectural education and practice, one that nurtures raw competence, creativity, adaptability, and bold innovation. Therefore, I request our moderators and panelists to focus today's discussion on a fundamental and profound question. How can we draw strength from our heritage, embrace technological transformation, and nurture future-ready architects who can create a sustainable, culturally rooted, and globally relevant building environment for Bharat? Now, there are two interconnected dialogue pillars. I won't go into the details of the two themes we have. But for the future-ready architect, according to my understanding, and I being the Deputy Director of Training and Research Center, New Delhi Council of Architecture, I strongly believe there are certain competencies which will definitely prepare the next generation. And we propose that the architect of Viksit Bharat must possess these three core competencies: the ability to learn from the past, the ability to incorporate in the present, and the ability to project for the future. So I think I will not take much of time because we have already delayed by 10-15 minutes. So I'm skipping some part of mine, but I'm just coming to the call for action. So architecture, I would say, is a nation building act. Every public square we design shapes how citizens interact with their democracy. Every housing development determines whether a family lives with true dignity into it. Now, again, I will just give you some food for thought. Speed without wisdom is recklessness. Quality without wisdom is expensive mediocrity. And sustainability without wisdom is greenwashing. Wisdom is what transforms a software literate technician into a true architect of the nation. वास्तुकला का संबंध सिर्फ सीमेंट और कंक्रीट से नहीं है, इसका संबंध इंसानी संवेदनाओं से है. So we got to actually go down to that level of those संवेदनाएं, those emotions. And I would just again quote Charles Correa, famous Indian architect, who once said, "Architecture is not a commercial product. It is a deeply cultural expression. It is the physical manifestation of who we are and how we live." Therefore, I leave this gathering with a direct call to action. To our students, do not wait for textbook change. Take charge of your growth, master BIM, study vernacular system on site, and make yourself indispensable. To our educators, challenge your own syllabi, bring seasoned practitioners into the design studios, and push your students out into the villages, factories, and construction zones. To our practicing architects, mentor open-heartedly. Hire for raw curiosity over credentials, and never stop upskilling. To our industry partners and exhibitors, invest deeply into research and into our youth. Sponsor research, offer structured internships, and give our students real-world problems to solve. We began with the phrase Parampara se Pragati tak. The crucial word here is tak, meaning towards. This is not a static destination. It is a continuous, collective movement from memory to possibility, from our soil to sky. So this journey must not stop. हम ऐसा भारत नहीं बनाना चाहते जो केवल कांच और स्टील के डिब्बों का देश हो, जो दुनिया के किसी भी अन्य शहर जैसा दिखे और अपनी पहचान को खो दे। हम एक ऐसा भविष्य चाहते हैं जो आधुनिक भी हो और हमारी जड़ों से जुड़ा हुआ भी हो। Let us choose to build a truly Indian future, one that honors our parampara, harnesses our pragati, and leaves a legacy of timeless beauty and wisdom for generations to come. The choice is ours, and the future lies in our hands. Thank you, and Jai Hind. And now, before just stepping down, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Ministry of Education, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs for their unwavering trust in Council of Architecture. My thanks to the organizers of Bharat BuildCon 2026 for this stellar platform, and to all our panelists and the audience for their presence. Thank you so much, and we are looking forward to great deliberations today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insightful keynote address. Your reflections on the evolving role of architecture, innovation and capacity building have provided valuable perspective for all present here today. We shall now formally begin our first segment of our symposium, centered around wisdom of the past, Indian knowledge system, vernacular architecture and heritage transformation. This segment beautifully explores how India's rich indigenous knowledge systems and vernacular architecture traditions continues to offer invaluable lessons in sustainability, climate responsive design and cultural continuity. Over the course of this session, we will examine how this traditional wisdom can actively inform contemporary practices and contribute to the conversation and transformation of our architectural heritage. The segment will commence with a thematic presentation and followed by the panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin session 1, from hand, head and heart to algorithms, material wisdom and the transformation of vernacular heritage. To initiate this session, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Binumul Tom, Member of Council of Architecture and Professor from Department of Architecture, Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Technology, Kerala, to deliver the thematic presentation. Over to you, ma'am.
Respected President Gajanan ji, President Council of Architecture, Registrar Oberoi ji, my friends and colleagues in Council, esteemed guests of BuildCon, and fraternity of architects, heads of institutions, and my dear friends. At the onset, let me just thank Council for giving me an opportunity to speak about a subject that is very close to my heart. I would start with a few questions basically. What if I told you a village carpenter from 300 years old may have understood sustainability much better than our smartest computers today? And what if a mud wall contains knowledge that no textbooks records? What if a courtyard remembers climate better than an algorithm? And what if the future of heritage depends not only on preserving old buildings, but on understanding the intelligence that is embedded within them? To explore these questions, we need to travel from the hand to the head to the heart and finally to the algorithm. And that is the reason why I have titled the presentation like this, from hand, head and heart to algorithms, material wisdom and the transformation of vernacular heritage. When we discuss heritage, we often speak about monuments, maybe the concrete ones, the monuments, the historic buildings, historic settlements, and yet we also talk about all the intangible heritage, like the festivals, folklores, and much more. And being born in India, we are all really proud and privileged to be the stewards of this rich cultural heritage. But when you look at heritage, beyond this built and the unbuilt, it is more a knowledge system that we need to identify. The wisdom of the past, which is found in terms of, maybe in terms of stone, timber, lime, earth as materials, or as rituals, or social activities, festivals, etc. But all these are actually carrying an intelligence which needs to be understood and deciphered. Because these are all products of experimentation of generations. Not that, like we would say, no, Rome was built in a day. Rome cannot be built in a day, and hence this heritage of India cannot be built within a day. So it is an accumulated intelligence which is embedded in materials, construction techniques, the spatial practices, the social activities, and cultural values. If you look at a traditional house, it is not simply a building which is made out of stone, timber, earth, or lime. It is actually a repository of wisdom of the generations. So, like I'm just going back to the speech of the keynote speaker, that we stand at a very remarkable moment in history. We are witnessing a transition from a world where knowledge resided primarily in the hands of the craftsmen, the minds of the craftsmen as well as the builders, and the hearts of the vernacular communities, to one increasingly shaped by idea, computation, and artificial intelligence as of today. I should confess that being a teacher for more than 3 decades, I suffer from a chronic occupational hazard that I cannot deliver any lecture without defining terms. So that is the reason why I have put up this particular slide. So at the risk of sounding like a teacher, for a couple of minutes, please bear with me. Let us briefly look at these 3 terms of what is indigenous, what is vernacular, and what is traditional, because we always keep using them hand in hand, interchangeably. They are all children of the same family. We all agree up to that, but even when you have children in the family, they have some differences per se. So if you look at what indigenous architecture is, we would say that that is very much innate, inborn, virgin architecture, without any external influences at all. Maybe the Toda houses of Nilgiris is a beautiful example of indigenous architecture. There are many more, I'm just giving one example. And when we talk about vernacular architecture, they are also innate, but it keeps changing, it evolves according to time. So as and when new requirements develop in the community, we have brought in transformation within the architecture so that it accommodates the newly required change within the community. So it also depends a lot on using the locally available materials, whatever is available within, and what is required for the community. And when we come to traditional architecture, though traditional architecture also once would have started being indigenous or vernacular, but at a particular time when it got theorized, it got canonized, that beyond the canon there is no change within that architecture. So tradition follows strict rules with which it builds in the case of architecture. At the same time, it cannot go for a change even if a new requirement has to be added to it. So these 3 are used hand in hand, but there is a slight difference. You cannot put them into watertight compartments, but they have slight difference which make them distinct of its own. And you can see, I'm just looking at the map of India, just try to pick up certain vernacular architecture from the various parts of India. You can see that starting from the southern tip to the northern tip, we are blessed with n number of typologies of vernacular architecture. coming from God's own country, the southernmost state of the country in Kerala. We have these Egashala, single units, which replicates to Dvishala, 2 units, Trishala, 3 units, and Chadurshala, the Nalugettu, which is a complete house form. And beyond Kerala, if you come to Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, you find another beautiful indigenous or vernacular architecture form which we call as Agraharam. Agre Vasadi Hari Hara, Idi Agrahara. You have Lord Hari and Lord Hara on both the ends with a garland of row houses in between. And why such a different kind of typology developed in a state next to Kerala? Because all these state bifurcations happened much later, but still these regions is because the social values changed, the kind of occupation of that community was different, how they were connected to the temple, all that made a lot of difference. And when you look at the architectural acumen of these places, of these buildings, also you find that there are a lot of variations, but what is the common thing is that it is so much conducive to the climate and the locally available, whatever was the locally available materials, how that has been brought into the architecture is the intelligence behind our past, our ancestors. So on and so forth, if you look into every nook and corner of India, we'll be able to identify architecture which is vernacular, which keeps changing according to the time, at the same time have certain formula which is common everywhere, so that there is a dialogue between architecture and the people who are building as well as using it. Sorry. So there was a question that I had just noted there. Can vernacular heritage continue to evolve without losing the wisdom embedded in the materials and its science? So that is when it becomes very important to understand hand as a material knowledge as embodied wisdom. Because the story of vernacular architecture begins with the hand. Before architecture became a profession, before engineering became a science, and before conservation became a discipline, people built through observation and experience. So if you ask a carpenter, carpenter would have known which tree to be felled. That is, carpenter will have an idea about what could be the perimeter of the building that he has to build. Based on the understanding about the perimeter, he will be having a genetic code that is built up through years and years of apprenticeship under a guru, because knowledge was transferred through Guru Shishya Parampara. And based on that information, he will choose the tree, the number of trees to be cut down from the forest. And according to the lunar month, there are 9 days when timber cutting was prohibited, which is called as Padahari. So the carpenter, without going for any formal education, he understands that a lunar month has so many days. Of that 9 days, which comes closer to the new moon as well as closer to the full moon, are days when timber cannot be cut, because we know Plutarch's theory how the moon affects all living things, including the trees. So with that great knowledge, though without having a paper degree, the carpenter will identify the exact day on which timber has to be cut. Then also classification of timber. When I have discourses with people not from our country, they are surprised to know that timber has been classified into male timber, female timber, and neutral timber. And then they would ask like, oh, is it based on the kind of reproduction? I said, no. That is only in men, or only in human beings. It's about the way it has grown. If you have the girth, the same from the bottom, that is near the roots to the usable area of the top, what we call as the crown, we call it a male timber. And if it is slender with a slender top and a wider bottom, we call it female timber. And neutral is the other way around, where you have a narrow base and a wider top. So from that we can understand that that cannot be used for construction at all, because it will fail in all its mechanical properties. So based on the knowledge of how it could be classified, and craftsmen never used to add, to join male timber with female timber. Male timber was always joined with male timber, female to female, and then there were a lot of directional signs too. Which particular piece has to go to the northern side, which has to go to the southern side, and how the joint should be, whether it can come at the center, all these things like a genetic code our ancestors had built up. So you ask a mason, which landscape does this stone belong to, or how weathered the stone is, how the walls breathe, everything is understood without learning about it as per the theory. So it is all a kind of knowledge that has been gained through hands-on experience, and obviously through the Guru Shishya Parampara. So knowledge was rarely written down during the initial stage where it was embedded in practice. It lived in the body. So hand became the archive. So the materials themselves were not passive substances. They were active participants in shaping architecture. So earth taught us thermal comfort. Timber taught us flexibility. Stone taught us permanence. Bamboo taught us adaptability. The resulting architecture was not merely sustainable, but it was regenerative in its form because it emerged from local ecological conditions. So the profound lesson is that material wisdom existed much before material science. And then comes the time of the head, that is codification of knowledge. So here, as societies evolved, knowledge became or moved from the hands into the texts, into institutions. That is when knowledge got theorized. So architectural knowledge became documented and construction became standardized. So this is the period when the transition happened, wherein we started learning about structural engineering, building physics, environmental analysis, material testing, etc., etc. So the head enabled architecture to move beyond its inherited tradition. It allowed innovation. It enabled experimentation. And it expanded a lot of architectural possibilities. So when knowledge became abstracted as drawings, specifications, and codes, it slightly got detached from the material realities. The traditional builder understood timber through touch, while a contemporary designer like you and me understands it through its technical data. Both forms of knowledge are valuable. You cannot limit on one, but they are not identical. Because the first one, that of the carpenter, is experiential knowledge, while that what we carry in college as well as in practice is analytical. So the challenge for the contemporary architecture is not choosing between them, but integrating them, because the future requires both wisdom as well as science. So comes to the third part, the heart. Heritage as meaning and identity. So architecture is not only about materials and technology, it is also about memory. The heart represents the emotional and cultural dimensions of heritage. So we all know why communities fight for their, to preserve certain heritage. We know that old buildings evoke emotions, they evoke attachment. How many of us would love to go to the temple or the church where our grandfather would have got married? Obviously, it is because of that attachment we have. And why do traditional settlements remain meaningful even when they are no longer economically efficient? So the answer lies beyond material performance. Heritage carries stories. It embodies identity. And it also provides community across generations. A courtyard, maybe in a warm, humid climate like mine of Kerala, people can say that from the scientific point of view, it can say that it is a climatic device because you have smaller windows for the olden buildings. So the courtyard will actually work, no electricity, so no fans. So the courtyard actually works like a place where you can force in wind and then force out, because your breath is warm, so it is less dense. It escapes through the courtyard opening, So there is a vacuum that is produced, so cool air will be pulled in. So there is a kind of continuous movement of air. And it is not just, so in Rome also we had, olden day Rome, we had courtyard buildings, and we don't have the same kind of climate in both the places. So in Kerala, we would say that because of the joint family system, it was a social space. So every space within a vernacular architecture or even traditional or indigenous architecture have a reason. Why should that be? The reason for building. So that makes it giving meaning and identity. So when heritage is reduced merely to physical conservation, we risk preserving structures while losing their meanings. The heart reminds us that heritage is fundamentally about the people. Buildings matter because people care about them. The true value of vernacular architecture lies not only in what is made, but what it actually means. So that takes care of the heart part. Now comes the next element of algorithms, the new knowledge frontier. We talk about algorithms as a new knowledge, keeping aside what has gone before us. So in today's technology, we can use a lot of laser scan instruments, create digital twins, stimulate environmental performance to see how fast this material can decay, predict material deterioration that way, use machine learning to analyze heritage data sets, to create large heritage data sets, and we have extraordinary possibilities which goes beyond our human brain. Knowledge can be processed at scales far beyond our imagination. But algorithms also have their own challenges. Algorithms can recognize patterns. They cannot fully understand the meaning. They can process information. They cannot experience memory. They can calculate performance. They cannot feel attachment. A machine may identify a heritage structure as data. A community recognizes it as identity. Therefore, the future of heritage cannot be delegated entirely to technology. The role of AI should be augmentation rather than replacement. And technology should support human judgment, not substitute it. So I'm just calling your attention to certain algorithmic precision that has gone into making these roof forms. They are from Kerala, traditional timber roof. If you look at this particular picture, you would see a arch-shaped element which is called a Chandra Villa. It is actually a moon bow, half moon bow. It's a curvilinear thing. And then these are all straight rafters. We call it slanting rafters. So the slanting rafters are to be tied together on site, sitting on top of the building. And when these are all rigid rafters, how one or two craftsmen get on top of the building and get this inserted through the sturdy timber rafters. That is excellence. And why such a structure should be built is only to show the excellence of the craftsman, because he would be a master carpenter who would be called a Perumdachan. Now the question is, how did these things get calibrated in his brain? Everything has to be system perfect, otherwise, and it is also told that when you are on top of the structure, fixing up the roof, none of the tools are in your hands. So whatever has been done, prefabricated on the ground, will be taken up and they will be fixed so perfectly, like our children working on that block. On top of a building you're sitting, and this is just a very small structure that you're seeing, but there are tremendous, bigger variations of such kinds of roofs. So what I'm trying to say is that the traditional craftsmen determine the perimeter, they calculate the rise, and then establish a roof angle, generate rafter length, everything is done on site, and then it is getting fixed on top of the building. So this kind of calibration is equal to, because with no tools or no arithmetic gadgets which would support us today to take a scan and then get the measurements, everything done as a data base onto the computers. They have done this, and this intelligence is what we need to take and learn from it. So I believe that even if we are going for a new age where algorithms are going to take up even the fields of heritage conservation, this knowledge of understanding or the wisdom, to respect the wisdom of the past, is what we need to have in our mind. So all this from the hand to the head to the heart to the algorithm, which is embedded in our indigenous vernacular architecture, is undergoing transformation. And now we need to question whether these transformations are real transformations or are we actually preserving our heritage. Perhaps the most important idea I wish to leave with you is that heritage is not static. Too often it is understood as freezing the past, because all the conservation architects get stoned by saying that you are gentrifying first of all communities, and then you are trying to freeze the past. But it is not freezing the past, it is evolving. So traditional builders, they continuously adapted, they adopted new buildings, materials, they modified techniques. So as part of conservation, we are also forced to go through transformations, but learning from the past and then developing means and ways, rather than looking at individual building conservation as Eurocentric, than making it region-centric. So we should understand that materials may evolve, technologies will also evolve, functions may also evolve, but the underlying wisdom that is found in our vernacular architecture should remain. So I wish to conclude by saying that the journey from hand, head and heart to algorithms is not a story of replacement, and the hand has not become irrelevant, the head has not become obsolete, the heart has not lost its importance. Algorithms were there, and now also it is there, it has reappeared. So we need to find ways and means of accommodating the older algorithms, because even as a teacher in architecture, I proudly stand in front of my students and teach them Vitruvian man, the Vitruvian principles, the proportions, the Corbusier's blue series, red series and all. The moment I try to bring it to our Indian Angulamanam and Yavamanam, I will be looked down as, why is she going to be a Vastu teacher? So everything starts with this, Angulam. Angulam is actually the the central phalange of a middle finger, of an Uttama Purusha. And it is 3 centimeters. You can all check to know whether you are Uttama Purushas. I am so happy it's not Uttama Stri, then it's fine. So Angulamanam is basically, that is the smallest measurement of a human body, and then we have octal multiplications of that. But we have details which are smaller than that. So our ancestors prepared another set of calculations which is called Yavamanam, that is grain, dimension of grain. So this 3 centimeters would be converted as 8 grains, octal, and then further 8, up to the size of an atom. If you look closely at wooden architecture, you would even find small gaps, the thickness of the hair, of our hair, also required so that the structure would stand without any kind of movement, and also it requires no nailing. So this is the beauty of our ancient architecture, and this is what we should preserve, and there is nothing, you need not shy in class if you are talking about your old measurement systems. Mana is measurement systems, and then teach Corbusian measurements. God knows whether Corbusier would have picked it up from our Angulamanam and Yavamanam. So we need the hand to understand materials, the head to generate knowledge, the heart to preserve meaning, algorithms to expand possibilities. So I conclude by asking an important question: how can heritage teachers build a wiser technological future? I'm sure that that would be revealed through the 2 parallel sessions, and also cautioning that every time a master builder or a master carpenter retires or dies without handing over the knowledge to his Shishya Parampara, an entire building, library disappears. So that is the importance of documenting this traditional knowledge systems, because if a carpenter dies, now I can tell you that there are very few carpenters who would be knowing how to construct that moon bow and getting it fixed. So, and once that is also died, and that is the reason why one of my PhD student is working on the tacit knowledge, basically looking at how the body moves while this moon bow is constructed, and then convert that into a fuzzy language to see whether that could be replicated, so that that knowledge is documented and kept using the new technologies. So with this, I thank everybody for your patient listening, and we can have questions while we are having the panel sessions. Thank you. I think there is one more slide. Okay, it's okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Binumol Tom, ma'am, for that insightful presentation and deep explanation of vernacular architecture. We shall now move to the panel discussion now. May I request our distinguished panelists to kindly join us on the dais. Architect Naveen Piplani ji, Dean, School of Art and Architecture, Sushant University, Gurugram. Dr. Binumol Tom, ma'am, Member of Council of Architecture. Dr. Shaleen Sharma ji, Dean, School of Art and Architecture, World University of Design. Dr. Shikha Jain, Founder and Director, Drona. Ms. A. Vijaya, Principal Director, Architectural Heritage Division, INTAC. Mr. Rajiv Ghosh, Regional Manager, Pidilite Industries Limited. Dr. Rashmi B. Tandon, Deputy Director, TRC Delhi. May I also request Architect Naveen Piplani ji to take the discussion forward from here. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, so hope this is working. A very good evening to all of you. We've had some very good conversations and presentations, which have given us a good, food for thought already. Now, this panel discussion, we will build upon those ideas and see where we go in terms of tangible, practical, doable action points as are expected from the Council of Architecture. So we'll start with quick, less than a minute, fast, fireborne kind of introduction where all of these people, nice people, wonderful people on the stage will introduce who they are, what they are doing, and what brings them here into this discussion. Should I start with you, Dr. Rashmi?
No, I should be the last.
You should be the last one. Okay, we'll start with Vijaya.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Naveen. You have already said that we're wonderful, nice people, so we mean to, stand by it. So very good evening. I'm Mrs. Vijaya. I'm a conservation architect with a conservation of historic building masters. And I have been working with INTAC for last 20 years. INTAC is the Indian National Trust for Art and Cultural Heritage. And it was founded in 1984, so we are almost 42 years old organization. And this is the largest heritage organization in the world with more than 250 chapters all across the country, which means that we have volunteers and members working who are passionate to work on the field of heritage. So they're all volunteers. It's not, we are a charitable non-profit organization headquartered in Delhi, but have these, chapters all across the country who reports, who works, who disseminates on the knowledge of heritage, who promotes awareness, who works with the school children. So there are a lot of activities that happens in the field. And I had the Architectural Heritage Division, so that means we restore heritage buildings, we draw inspiration We also put them into adaptive reuse. We work on a lot of policy level. We prepare heritage impact assessments, heritage bylaws for our monuments. There are also the natural heritage division which works towards the conservation of natural heritage. We also have an art and material heritage. There is a heritage education division who works with the school children. There are heritage clubs, I think 5,000 heritage clubs all across the country. So we have an intangible cultural heritage. So it is all aspects of heritage that Intax actually look at it, works on. That's it. So I look forward to more interaction. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijaya. I'm sorry, you have heard me a lot. Anyway, my name is Binu Moltam. I am an architect from Kerala and a conservation architect. I did my master's from SPA Delhi. And for the past, from 1996 onwards, I have been in teaching, which is the most passionate profession of mine. Being in a government institute, it's called Rajiv Gandhi Institute of Technology, heading the Department of Architecture. It is located in Kottayam in Kerala. We also do conservation as well as public projects, which is given by the government to our institution. But the work, recently I'm working on a conversion of a building, a 1917 building, which is getting converted as a museum. But my passion is teaching as well as doing research. I'm a member of Council of Architecture, and being member of Council of Architecture, I've been given various places to talk and propagate the passion of mine. And there are lots that are coming up through Council, which I would be elaborating in due course. Thank you.
Can I use this? Yeah, hi. Good evening, everyone. मेरा नाम गौरव शोरी है. बाय क्वालिफिकेशन मैं एक आर्किटेक्ट हूँ और पिछले 20 साल से सस्टेनेबिलिटी की दुनिया में काम कर रहा हूँ. 6 साल शुरुआत के मैं हेड कर रहा था गृहा नाम की एक ग्रुप को टेरी में, जहाँ पे हमने निर्माण किया था भारत का जो एक राष्ट्रीय रेटिंग सिस्टम है बिल्डिंग्स का, गृहा उसका. और उसके बाद 2012 से लेके अभी तक मैं 2-3 काम करता हूँ. एक, मैं स्कूल ऑफ प्लानिंग एंड आर्किटेक्चर में पढ़ाता हूँ एज अ गेस्ट फैकल्टी, एज अ विजिटिंग फैकल्टी. दूसरा, मैं एक संस्था को चलाता हूँ जिसका नाम स्वराज है, जहाँ पे हम लोग बच्चों को परिचित करवाते हैं उनके नानी नाना और दादी दादा के ज्ञान से, जो बहुत ज़रूरी है और आज के समय में होता भी नहीं है, खासकर कि स्कूल एजुकेशन में. हम लोग 5 क्षेत्रों में काम करते हैं: भाषा, भोजन, भेष, भवन और भजन. और स्टडी इसको करते हैं कि भूगोल से ये कैसे जुड़े हुए हैं और कैसे भूगोल के साथ ये परिवर्तित होते रहते हैं, ताकि लोगों को ये ज्ञान हो कि उनका जो भी लोकल कल्चर है, जो भी उनकी संस्कृति है, वो परफेक्ट है, उसको बदलने की कोई आवश्यकता नहीं है. और तीसरा, मेरी खुद की एक कंपनी है PSI एनर्जी प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, जहाँ पे हम लोग ग्रीन बिल्डिंग्स, एनर्जी एफिशिएंसी और इस प्रकार के फर्जी ग्रीन काम करते हैं.
Namaskar, my name is Shaleen Sharma. I'm an architect, I'm a professor, and now I'm heading the School of Architecture at World University of Design. Personally, I'm a practicing architect also, and I'm a keen filmmaker, having done a lot of documentary films on anthropology and architecture, of course. Recently, I've been working on Vedic principles and converting them somehow into design and architectural principles, in finding the right elements that can be found through these Vedic principles, which have existed for past 5,000 years now. So the research is now involved in applying these Vedic principles to various forms of architecture, from the old heritage architecture to contemporary architecture to postmodern deconstructionist architecture, and surprisingly, all those principles are somehow working on it. So I think it's the present research is going on in trying to contemporize the Vedic tradition and to see how aptly it can apply in the present day architecture also. So that research is now being converted into a book form, and I hope very soon it will be published and will be available for all of you to read. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will begin with the first complimenting architect Rashmi Tandon and Council of Architecture for taking up this interesting theme for the panel discussion, and also for a very gender balance panel. So it's really good to see this, you know. And about myself, I'm Shikha Jain. I'm an architect graduating from School of Planning and Architecture with a master's from Kansas State University, US, and a doctorate from Leicester on architectural history and India's architecture. I have an organization, Drona, which works pan-India and overseas. We have more than 100 projects to our credit, and we work on 3 verticals. Urban conservation, built heritage conservation. Second is museum planning, and third is UNESCO World Heritage nomination. I've also represented Ministry of Culture on the World Heritage Committee of UNESCO, because that is one of my core area of expertise, looking at World Heritage and UNESCO nominations. We also have an organization, Drona Foundation, which is like a sister organization where we look at taking forward, you know, in terms of outreach, our projects. So heritage walks, heritage awareness programs, whichever projects we work on. And especially it is open to architectural interns and all other interns, because we are interdisciplinary organizations. So whether it's historians, archivists, you know, anthropologists, you know, any kind of interns or architects, we do workshops and training programs, and we keep our space open for this kind of interdisciplinary exposure. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Council of Architecture, to having me here. I'm myself Rajiv Ghosh, and I'm not an architect. I'm the odd one out, you can say. I'm a civil engineer, basically, and a postgraduate in construction management. Then in my 20 years of experience, the first decade I had spent in construction of buildings, which is both RCC and steel buildings. And in the second decade now, I'm working with companies for building materials, basically the research part of building materials, how new technologies, and presently I'm working with Pidilite Industries, which is a chemical-based company, and which is on various new technology materials, how modern engineering and chemistry can be used together to find out this kind of sustainable materials is our path presently. And we act as a knowledge partner for the architect fraternity. So that is about ourselves. Thank you for having me here.
Should I? Yeah. Hello everyone, this is Dr. Rashmi B. Tandon. You have already heard a lot from me. I think I'll just keep it short. I am currently having this challenging role of heading Training and Research Center at Council of Architecture, New Delhi. So Training and Research Center has been a vertical under COA for a very long time, but it initiated in Delhi just 6 months back. And I am here, I mean, before taking up this role, I have the experience as a architectural faculty for 2 decades. And I also started my career with an architectural practice. And I culminated it with my research in architectural education. So it's, I mean, research, practice, academia, a lot of things mix all together. And now it's altogether a different role where like it's kind of administrative, kind of coming up something to that order where like we can bring about change. But that change can only happen when, you know, all stakeholders join hands together. And we are strongly initiating a lot of new things with Council of Architecture. I mean, those who are following our social media or keep visiting Council of Architecture's website will see that there are many new things which are happening recently and in upcoming times. And besides our training programs for faculty and the professionals, we are trying to come up with some upskilling, which is, I feel, very, very important for our future. I mean, for any kind of positive outcome from our fraternity. And that upskilling can only happen when we have that willingness to understand that importance and accept that learning can happen at every age, and it is like a ongoing thing, and we have to keep keeping ourselves at pace with that learning thing. So we are trying to initiate with lot of offbeat things, both in online, offline mode. And recently we are coming up with our initiative where like one of our focus, the mandate is like where besides doing these training program, we are trying to spread the outreach to the global front. And the upcoming series, which is going to be an online series, we'll have it every 6 to 8 weeks. The first of its kind, it's going to happen this month only, 26th, 27th. Oh, no, I'm not here to promote and propagate all that. But yes, I'm just trying to say that that's also one way to reach out to people, bring about awareness, and make people aware of the technologies available, the trends available, and just upskill ourselves and make more employable, career-oriented architects who are future ready. So today's theme is also largely to do with future ready. So I think I being in panel over here, when these people will talk on how the traditional and what they expertise in will speak. My role over here would be to plug in where like we can meet that gap where like academia and practice is there, and as part of an organization, Council of Architecture, how we can bring out that change, but without our stakeholders, it won't be possible. So I think I'll elaborate more in the next turn. Thank you so much.
Thank you, all of you. So that has led to a consumption of 20 minutes from our panel discussion time. So we have got 3 segments of 20, 20, 20. So keep it to that so that we can finish it off in 1 hour. Otherwise, you're going to wait a little bit longer. Okay, so Vijaya, I'm going to ask you 2 questions in 2 rounds. First one will be more institutional, since you represent, as you say, one of the largest NGOs in the country and one of the most visible and on ground kind of an NGO in TAC. What could be the role of cultural heritage organization like yours in nation building, particularly when we take the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister to make India Viksit Bharat in 2047?
Thank you, Naveen. Oh, I can go on and on for, next 2 hours on this question, but I'll try to keep it short. Culture is the power, that as a country we have. I think we all agree, to that, because that gives us, a very strong identity. We are not only talking about the built heritage or the, the tangible heritage, but also the, the knowledge system, the intangible heritage. So it's all a part of our very, very rich legacy and rich culture. And that gives, the identity, and we cannot, kind of ignore it and, make a progress. So that I think we all, kind of agree. And organizations like ours, of course, we need many more organizations like INTAC or, or Drona or, so many professionals like Binumal. So we need, I think, thousands of organizations, because India is such a big country. And I tell you, we have initiated the heritage database in 1984, but we have not even crossed, more than 1 lakh or 1,25,000 till date in 40 years, because it's a task. If, like what we don't have a heritage register till date. We don't know what our heritage covers. So that is something which I think this is kind of one of the takeaway for even for COA, and I would also request how we can actually integrate that within the curriculum system so that everybody is working and adding to the database, because we have the database, that is open on the public domain. So that is one of, the very, very important, I think it's like a mission. And yeah, so I also believe that, while preserving the past and preparing for the future actually goes hand in hand. We cannot say that, we are preserving the past and heritage may, come in obstruction of development, but it is not like that. They are actually complement, each other. So heritage can be used as a tool, as an engine to add, value and add to the sustainable development, because all that knowledge system that is there, which, Binumal ma'am had already explained. So all that actually can, we can draw inspiration from all our traditional system and use it in our modern, modern innovations. I will just give you one example, how the heritage and development can actually, go hand in hand. The ITO ring road, which came just in front of the Firozshah Kotla, that was constructed in 2010. So there is Firozshah Kotla, which one doesn't really see because it is at a slightly, there is a buffer and all that, and there is then this older ring road which goes to the Rajghat. But if you just the PWD interchange the entry and exit, so everybody who is coming from the Lal Killa, they could actually see, a beautiful portion of Firozshah Kotla, which is otherwise, completely hidden. So, but, that kind of an opportunity, we lost it, but I mean, that can always be done. So just by interchanging the entry and exit, to the ring road, so we can, integrate and give the community a very, very, big part of our heritage and integrate with the everyday life. So these kind of things, are very, very important to, even for the master plan, when we make the master plan, not to ignore the heritage sites or, keep them in silos, but how do we integrate them in, in the modern master plan, for 25 years that we are designing. So I think that is very, very, important. So, yeah, I think the organizations like us would definitely drive the nation building and, integrate the culture in the, development of the nation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Vijaya. And one of the concrete things that comes out is that body like Council of Architecture and INTAG, which are nationwide, can join hands. And one of the key areas to go forward would be simply documentation of historic buildings and properties wherever or in the vicinity of 300 or 250 plus architecture colleges that exist. So that could be a tangible outcome from what you and Binumul and Dr. Rashmi is also suggesting. Now, Binumul, I've known you from years and you've been in council also as a very, very, very active member. Our council is supposed to be proactively looking at the education of or setting the standards for what education should be for architects. And that also brings, some of the key aspects of your presentation about knowledge. Knowledge and education are slightly different terms, but we can use it interchangeably here. So how do you think council, again as an institution, contribute towards preserving, safeguarding, promoting, enhancing, etc., the knowledge part of what exists again in several hundred architecture schools and colleges in the country and the people that come for?
It's a nice question. Before how council can, I will answer what council is actually doing. Because many of the things that Council of Architecture has already done for vernacular architecture has not been published much. Obviously, all of us know that people who are good at writing, write about heritage books. Those are all published by Council of Architecture. Then there is one INTAC award. I mean, along with INTAC, we have this Heritage Documentation Award, which is also running as an annual program. Beyond this, what Council has done is, with the support of University of Navarra, 10 institutions were identified under Council. And these 10 institutions were given VR glasses, sponsored by Council of Architecture, and where we had professors from University of Navarra who taught how to use AI and VR and AI to understand traditional settlements. And we had a presentation of this during the transformation conference. But these are all small things that Council is trying to do. If you ask me how we can go ahead is, when NEP is in place with the Council, Architects Act and all that, I'm sure Council will come forward with having degree, diploma courses on vernacular architecture taught by vernacular craftsmen, so that, because when a vernacular building is lost, you are actually losing out a repository of information. Then a craft is lost, then there is nobody to take it up. So I am sure council will come forward with short-term courses, certificate courses on doing maybe Irish flooring alone, or maybe the red oxides, how we do it in Padmanabha temple, palace of Padmanabhapuram. There are a lot of other examples. So such courses can be conducted with the support of council by every institution. So as you said, there are about 300 and odd institutions imparting architectural education. Every institution is in a region. So what is the local knowledge in architecture of that region can be conducted. Now people are conducting this as workshops, and when the workshop ends, the knowledge ends there. But now under the aegis of Council of Architecture, if we have certified programs, then we are actually creating more and more craftsmen. And the moment you have learned a skill, you always want to practice it. And one more thing that is in the pipeline, which is almost agreed upon by council, is having an encyclopedia on indigenous knowledge system. If you know, there is one encyclopedia which is called Hortus Malabaricus. It's about all the herbs of Malabar coast, which extended in those days from Goa to Kanyakumari. So it is actually a 12-volume book. Each volume is about 500 pages. Every herb of this region has been documented with their medicinal properties, etc., etc. This was done during the Britishers' time. So what council has in mind is to come up with an encyclopedia like this, talking about the vernacular architecture, the vernacular heritage of the whole country, taking the helps of schools of architecture. Soon, I'm sure, council will be sending letters to heads of institutions to be part of this moment. Actually, it is actually a revolution. I would call it a heritage revolution, wherein every institution will come forward with documenting and analyzing. It's not just drawing, but it is also analyzing that particular vernacular component, element, or could be even a building, which we would be developing a format into which that will be put, and then finally we will have an encyclopedia which talks about the vernacular wisdom of India. So this is what we have in pipeline, but a painting speaks better than words, like that. This particular program itself speaks the magnanimity of Council of Architecture and its value for heritage and vernacular wisdom.
Thank you, Binamol. When you were talking, something came to my mind, but I'll bring it up a little later, considering I have a big digital clock in front of me. Gaurav, I had a question for you, but I think you wanted to say something about from your own experience, from your teaching and practice. So why don't you share that with the audiences?
Well, you can ask me the question still.
No,
I'll weave it into that.
Yeah, okay. I'll bring it down later. You can share what you have in mind.
Okay. So the work that we've been doing to a great extent, in fact, it was a response to your question itself. जो पहला सवाल था आपका कि लोग सीखते क्या हैं ट्रेडिशन से और क्या है जो मॉडर्न आर्किटेक्ट्स इम्बाइब कर सकते हैं वर्नाक्यूलर नॉलेज या लोकल ट्रेडिशन से. तो हमारा एक्सपीरियंस रहा है 3 ट्राइबल लोकेशंस के साथ. एक तो गालो ट्राइब है अरुणाचल प्रदेश में, दूसरा आदि ट्राइब है अरुणाचल प्रदेश में, और तीसरा दिमासा ट्राइब है असम में. अब ये लोग बहुत सुंदर घरों में रहते हैं. They could be anywhere from 1,000-1,500 square feet in terms of houses. They are all seismically beautiful in the sense that they just dance in earthquakes. They're all handcrafted. And what is beautiful is that if they get late, they take 2 days to build that house. I want this to sink in for everybody. अगर वो लेट होते हैं तो उनको 48 घंटे लगते हैं वो घर ख़त्म करने में, नहीं तो 24 घंटे के अंदर अंदर, वो भी दिन दिहाड़े, वो लोग पूरा का पूरा घर ख़त्म करके फैमिली को शिफ्ट कर देते हैं अंदर और डिनर वहाँ पे हो रहा होता है. तो जो एक चीज़ मैं कहूँगा आर्किटेक्चरल फ्रेटर्निटी और आर्किटेक्ट्स को सीखनी चाहिए उन लोगों से, और बिनूमोल मैम ने ये दर्शाया भी था अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन में, वो है कम्युनिटी. क्योंकि मुझे अभी भी पता है, लगता है क्योंकि हम भी उसी आर्किटेक्चरल प्रणाली से निकले हैं, कि कल्ट ऑफ पर्सनालिटी अभी भी बहुत पॉपुलर है आर्किटेक्चरल फ्रेटर्निटी में. हफीज़ कॉन्ट्रैक्टर और द इंडिविजुअल एज द स्टार आर्किटेक्ट. और वो सस्टेनेबिलिटी या जो आप बात कर रहे थे ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज के ट्रांसफरेंस में मुझे लगता है कम्युनिटी एज द होल्डर ऑफ ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज वो बहुत ज़रूरी है हमारा सीखना उन लोगों से। तो ये जो प्रोग्राम हम रन कर रहे हैं पिछले 10 साल से मैं ये प्रोग्राम रन कर रहा हूँ SPA दिल्ली में, जहाँ पे हम लोग बच्चों को इनकरेज करते हैं कि वो अपने कम्युनिटी में जाके अपने बड़ों से और बुजुर्गों से बात करके चीज़ें सीखें और वापस लेके आएँ, और उसमें लर्निंग होती है कि जो हमें सिखाया जा रहा है उसके बियॉन्ड उसको बोल्स्टर करने में ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज काफ़ी कामयाब हो सकती है। दैट्स व्हाट आई वांट टू शेयर।
Thank you very much. We will come back to your experience later on. Shaleen, since you run a design and architecture school, which is doing very well, I wanted to come to you and say that Indian knowledge system, traditions, practices, etc., of course, have some impact on what is happening around us, and we can see that. But how should contemporary architecture and design education respond to those impacts? Now, that response can be reactive, proactive, transformative, whatever else can be. But as an academician who is running the school and who's producing architects and designers, what do you think that your institute or your approach to design and education should be doing to this impact which is happening?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question because the answer is kind of embedded in it. Like you said, how to respond to an Indian knowledge system through architectural education. I think the primary problem here is that we are trying to respond to it, we are not addressing it. For example, in today's context, we all get emails. We respond to the email, but we hardly touch the concerns in it or address the concerns of the email. So similarly, by making Indian knowledge system a subject in architecture, whether making it a compulsory elective in architectural education will not solve this problem. You see, because the whole mindset in the students, which has been engraved in course of time through the star architects, like Gaurav mentioned, has actually taken a deep, deep shape in their minds. So I think the first thing that architectural institutes should do is to inculcate two disciplines, one of empathy and the other of collaboration. Unless that is imbibed in the student from the very first year, I don't think we will be able to address it. Even though, thanks to all the organizations, we may respond to it from time to time, but unless we will start addressing it, this problem will remain there forever. So that's my response.
Thank you. That's a good one. Shikha. Shikha, I have known from, I think, previous life. We have always been together at one forum or the other. Now, I also know that you are an immensely successful industry interface. You know, Shikha really brings together education and practice and theory and conservation and archaeology and, you know, name it, and she does it. So how do you think, and I'm picking on your strength, how do you think we can leverage industry for growth and development of India without divorcing culture and traditions? Because, you know, Dholi Piao we did many years ago, and there came the metro and they demolished one of the oldest Piaus and Sarais on the link road from Gurgaon to, and Shikha and I were witness to that.
Hello. Yeah. So Naveen, yeah, good question, of course, and also memories of Dholi Piao, because for years, you know, we thought the metro station can have an interpretation of the Dholi Piao. But I think we have moved on. Like just yesterday, I was reading on LinkedIn that IIM Gurgaon has conserved the Badshahpur Baoli. There were pictures of it, and it was in a very collaborative mode, you know, involving the community. So I think there are good things happening. But just to respond to what you said, because for a long time we were working with building conservation or, you know, monuments, also cities, and that's when you look at historic cities, then you realize that, you know, you're talking about community, what the vendors need, what the shopkeepers behind need, what, you know, the Haveli owners need, let's say in Jaipur. So it's quite a challenge to really, you know, tackle our historic cities in India. The most complex, I would say, in the world, because it's not like European cities that you can preserve them. And what Gaurav said, or what Shaleen also said, that build the collaboration, build on this. But we've every time done that in historic cities like in Jaipur. Every time we work with the community, we've just signed an MOU with Nigam saying we will bring the community voice, but I have faced major issues because there is not a single community voice. It's, groups and groups and groups, and you cater to one and the other one is disturbed, and then there's a third one, and this is democratic India. So this is the biggest challenge that we have. Even if you're talking about community, make it inclusive. Inclusive for who, how many voices can we address and cater to them? That becomes a challenge. And just to inform you what we are trying to do, last year we started a program, Historic Cities Series 2025, where we signed an MOU with the National Institute of Urban Affairs under the Ministry of Urban Development. We had other organizations like ICOMOS India, Heritopolis, and a UN Habitat NGO, and other partners, Altrim Publishers, who does architectural guide. We took 3 themes looking at integrating heritage into planning of our historic cities. Secondly, building toolkits, helping the cities look at toolkits or systems, whether it's risk, gender, or in historic cities, or just landscape and street furniture, heritage sensitive design. So that was the second thing. And third was, what stories do our cities tell? So interpretation in terms of museums, heritage walks, cultural circuits and all. And we started it on April 18, the World Heritage Day. And by December, when we hosted a 3-week exhibition and an annual symposium, we had 26 cities on board. There was no funding there. We were all mobilizing on our own. This was a network of institutions across India who came on their own, individual professionals, NGOs, and institutions. So a lot of architecture colleges are part of this network. And we were surprised by the kind of, and cities like Satara, you would not even heard of, the medium and small cities that were so eager to learn. So we were so, encouraged by it, and we've made it into a 3 to 5 year program. So we again launched it in April 2026. We have now, made the MOU tripartite with IGNC also on board. And you would be surprised, by the launch this time, we declared it in January. By the launch this time, we had 45 cities, including the previous 26. So now we are working with these cities, with each city has a city coordinator who could be the intact chapter, head, who could be heading one of the institutions or a professor in one of the architecture colleges, who could be heading a local NGO that is raising awareness. And we encourage them to work in collaboration with the local municipal corporation or tourism or culture department. We are not rigid, because whoever is interested in heritage, we just say plug in with one government body. We help them by writing to that government body once they tell us, saying this is your city coordinator, enable them to do this kind of work. And this year we are actually looking at tangible products and their launch, like homeowners manual that we made for Kolkata homeowners with stakeholders. So I just feel, these are small things happening all across, but it's a huge network that is expanding, and it's building on collaborations and people. So maybe it would be a solution, I don't know. Like I said, India is a challenging space, but this is the way we are trying.
Thank you, Shikha. Mr. Rajiv, you are in the industry, and I was just thinking, what should I ask you? And your brand, this one came to my mind, that you create bonds between materials and things and all that. So what do you think would be strongest bond that you could create between our topic of discussion, which is Parampara and Pragati, tradition and technology and the What could be that glue to keep it together?
Yeah, thank you. I like this question. Actually, Pidilite is known for creating bonds because it is the chemistry that helps between two things to make that bond last long. Okay,
Yes.
so whether it is an adhesive, or if it is a waterproofing, or if it is a flooring, or if it is a tile, or whatever. So now the thing is, if you see the today's topic, like vernacular architecture, this is all the wisdom that from our heritage architects had been doing. And this is really a plethora of materials that has been used, and which is still today's date, as Madam had told, ki from heritage, how they are restoring, and total college is building on that. So now what we have seen ki the originality, if you see, of materials, if we are trying to bring it back. You can say we have solutions like stone protection. Like stone is a natural resource which is being used extensively for buildings from a long time. So sustainability of this is like increasing the performance, the durability of this stone. So we are having a certain, because when water enters the porosity of the stone in external facade, it also, the impurities or the also enters with the water, and it stays inside, and once it goes inside, you cannot bring it out. Okay, so it's not possible to clean that stone again. So it becomes darker and it changes the appearance, everything. So the performance decreases. So there we play a part where we create a barrier on the stone which penetrates inside these pores, fills it, and then it doesn't allow water to penetrate. So if it doesn't allow water to penetrate, then the impurities also doesn't penetrate. So the stone remains like for a longer period of time. So this is the kind of chemical, you can say, the chemistry that helps us modern day for various things. And this is not only for facades, this is for flooring, this is for even in waterproofing science. We try to study the moisture movement, how the moisture, because water and moisture is something which destroys all types of materials. So waterproofing has evolved a lot if you see from past. So now the evolution is such that waterproofing has, from solvent based, we have come to more sustainable, like water based kind of waterproofing system. So Pidilite or our organization, what they are trying to do, and even this is about waterproofing. Then about the facade, we have come up with a lime based ready-made breathable facade which replaces plaster, paint, putty, everything. And it is a breathable. It doesn't have a high durability of 25, 30 years. So even insulation systems, we have wall-less insulation system from outside. We are creating an insulation system from the facade of the building, which can give you any type of architectural look. So that is also a breathable system. Depending on the U value and everything, we can design. So all these, what I'm coming from, all these in various categories, the systems that solutions that we are trying to develop is a sustainable one which has a high performance and restores whatever we do it today. So the chemistry and modern technology together, we are trying to marry and create these bonds actually for a longer and a future generations. Thank you.
I think the overall idea of having diverse people, is kind of being achieved through your conversations. I would just like to add a few things where, like Binu ma'am was coming up with the COA's role and how things have been coming up and what all is in the pipeline. I would just add on a couple of things that recently Council of Architecture is an awarding body with NCVET, Ministry of Skill Development, and now we are allowed to start our own certificate courses. So we are now actually trying to come up with those courses, and soon that will start happening. And those courses would be like open to all. It's not necessarily, as the new education policy says, it has to be interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary and kind of flexible and multiple entry exit. I'm not going deep down into it. But yes, all the aspects of NEP would be incorporated, and short-term to long-term courses where like people can do those modules at their own pace. Those flexibilities would be given. And those could be offered as elective courses. Those could be converted as MOOCs and NPTEL. And Council of Architecture is coming up with their LMS portal. It's almost ready to be launched. And we would be launching all these courses through our portal, and everything would be streamlined to that level. And where Binu ma'am, where like she was saying that every region has its own strengths. I think now is the time we need to identify and take it to that level, where like every region can become a hub, where like those vernacular materials, those indigenous techniques can be documented, can be promoted, propagated, and it's not just a mere workshop for 1 day, 5 day. It's like a lifelong learning and preserving the artisans and preserving whatever we are losing. So our efforts are very much aligned to your thought processes, and let's hope things will happen soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rashmi. Now, since the mic is with you already, we'll start from there and then we will slowly come backwards. I wanted to ask you, I think Pidilite and companies like yours have a good role to play. You know, years back, conservationists would run far away with anyone who was selling sealants. And Taj has got some amount of sealant at the dome, and I'm sure many other structures which the British tried to conserve. So as you were talking about sealants, my heart was also pumping, but then you came down to lime and I also settled. So, you know, you have a role to play with Council and INTAC. Would you be willing in the future to set up training centers and skilling centers where you bring the technology that looks at the past and advances into the future, but also the people who get trained in your workshops with their resources? You know, INTAC had a few years back got NSDC approval to train over 1 million craftsmen in the country. And INTAC had the privilege of the Government of India seal to stamp on those certificates. But we gave it up because we never had that kind of money and outreach. But would that be a possibility? I'm using this platform to get a commitment from you.
So this is, hello. Yeah, so training is like a excellent opportunity, and Pidilite is doing this training for years from where we had started, you know. When we started with Fevicol, if you all know. So there our company started it was used by carpenters. So we targeted carpenters, we trained carpenters depending on their skill level, craftsmanship. Even our company, we have opened up a school in Gujarat where carpenters are being trained and they're given kind of degrees or something of that extent, key certifications to certain, depending on the levels. Then we came into waterproofing and waterproofers. So we have a Dr. Fixit Institute actually, and even we have in Faridabad CIDC is there, where we have hired only to give trainings to all the applicators basically, and also the employees which are in, and we are having hands-on for that. And even we were planning, it has also come up with our interaction and collaboration with architects, that architects want to understand, because waterproofing is having around 850 products, okay? So the selection is very important, the right product and the right application. So architects has been telling ki, we are always collaborating on those things. So they wanted to learn. So that also we have thought, and we have intended to make batches to teach architects. So if we get such opportunity to collaborate with the council to have sudden trainings, it will be, even we have put a position right now in our Pidilite Professional Solutions. That is, a person is there who we have hired, who will be interacting with the academics, and from the school itself we will try to get into the trainings and inculcating this kind of new technologies and new chemistries. What is actual the industrial application, how it happens and how we can do it. So of course, to say it, that we are very excited, and definitely it will be a good opportunity for us.
Thank you, sir. That's very reassuring. I'll come now swiftly to Shikha. Shikha, we learned from you about collaboration between communities, people, clients, you know, the professionals, etc., etc. My question would be that what would be your key message looking at the integration of this technology, innovation and education for India moving forward? You've started this amazing network that you just mentioned. Now, how can we bring the new technology looking at the past, new innovations learning from the past, new education also, reflecting what is happening. Can all this also be put together in your mega projects that you are doing?
Yeah, no, I think I'll move away from the mega projects. They are, on one side, but I think what you said, education and architectural education, because I feel, and specifically since I'm speaking at a Council of Architecture forum, I feel that our architecture colleges are still using a very colonized set of curriculum. We've started, like, what Charlene said, we've started, you're responding, you add a course, okay, traditional, you add a course, but it is still a very superficial way of looking at it. And I was at NASA, I actually gave a lecture on that, a future of architecture is in the past. Now, I'm not saying that you just copy the past, which becomes a problem. The problem is that when we think of past, we are thinking of historic styles. And when we think of new architecture, we say, why are we copying this? Why do we need to? Of course, there are materials that are timeless, as Binumalji has shown, timber, stone, and we all work with those timeless materials. But my, basic question is about the design approach. How are you taught to design in an architecture college? Right from year one. It is a very Western model that we've been following since JJ College of Arts, and nothing has changed into that. Have we ever looked at the design approach that was taken up, say, in temples or in traditional? I'm not talking about just copying material or understanding the courtyard form, and this is what I spoke about. How do you see a courtyard form? If we see, a box and then another box in between, most of the architects would design, if we say design a courtyard form, they will make this form and then they will put a cutout on it saying courtyard. But that is not the way, it's not the Indian design. If you look at Indian design, how the courtyard form evolved, it was actually making the center and courtyard first and then looking at the surrounding. So that whole design approach has never been used in the studios. Nobody has taught them. So they just, we are creating architects who come, who graduate with a set of approach. They are very good, polished, they are doing well, but it is still a Western approach. So if you're really talking about Parampara, Pragati and all, and this is because we have the Western approach of looking at linear. That's why my question is, yahan se yahan tak nahi hota. It's actually a cyclic way. You come back and you look at centuries, we've used, look at Jali. It's an eternal, timeless product. And today, look at architects like Jean Nouvel in the Arab World Institute. He's used it on the surface, in the ceiling of Louvre, Abu Dhabi. So, you can still innovate, but there is an understanding of what the Jali is before you use the new material and innovate. So, that's my response.
Thank you, Shikha. I had a question for you, Charlene, which I shared, but I think we will pick up with what Shikha is saying, because also she is sitting next to you. So
Correct.
You can answer that question well.
So, first of all, thank you for blaming colleges of architecture for doing what we are doing. But, interestingly, I was reading somewhere, somebody had written that, we have become a society where we know the price of everything but value of nothing. And then later on, I found out that it's a quotation of Oscar Wilde, in which he's actually defining what cynic people are all about. So I think, are we becoming cynical as a society full of architects, and we are churning cynics again and again and again? So again, I will come back to the same thing, that the course cannot make you a better architect. It's the empathy and the nature of collaboration that should be inculcated in the program, that should actually help in bringing out the best of what all ma'am and the COA is doing about creating courses, short courses. Anybody can do that course anytime. But that should actually come out of the interest of the architect rather than a push from a school of architecture or by the Council of Architecture. So that whole willingness of somebody to accept it is also part of empathy that should be taught. So I think rather than having the Western oriented courses of foundation in the first year where we teach them Western principles of design and producing expensive books on what line is, I think we should start by actually teaching what empathy and what collaboration means, which is actually part of our kindergarten school. So if we can actually put that into practice in the first year of architecture, half of your job will be done, in my opinion. I've been seeing it for past 15 years. So, Shikha, we are trying our level best to meet your expectations as colleges of architecture, but you have to give us a chance, you know.
Thank you, Shaleen, for
Thank you.
putting it so nicely. You know, sometimes we have to take criticism not with a pinch of salt, but with a smiling face, which you have done. Gaurav, you have been working in the field with communities, with people, and sometimes even lesser privileged people. Do you think the system in which we then transform and teach, we change our hats, the system is giving you that adaptability and flexibility to bring your experiences from ground into a classroom, particularly in a very government, you know, bureaucratic, rigid framework where you teach? Is it giving you that freedom?
I don't think it has ever curtailed that freedom. Now, to what degree you bring it forward is a lot to do with the context where you're coming from. So I wanted to also pull from what Shaleen was saying, because one of the things that I realized very long back when we had developed the training programs under Griha for certified professionals was that the problem is not in education at the university level at all. It's what Mahatma Gandhi said: if you want long-term transformation, start working with children, don't work with adults. Because the empathy and the collaboration and the spirit of inculcating that kind of openness amongst human beings needs to start at a school level, and it doesn't happen at a school level, right? So I feel that as a teacher, one of the first things that needs to be inculcated amongst the students, which in Swaraj we've done fairly successfully in the elective, is to develop that sense of empathy. And once that empathy is kind of established as a foundation, I can bring forth all the experience that I can, and they are open to it. Otherwise, it's what Vinumol ma'am was saying. As soon as I switch to speaking about Manushyalaya Chandrika, I am questioned, why are you teaching Vastu Shastra? But once I can inculcate that sense of appreciation, which incidentally comes from, I think, two things. One is acknowledgement, that we don't acknowledge people as perfect in terms of the culture that they're from. We are always telling them, तुम्हारे में ये कमी है, और वो हमारा inculcated है national level पे, right? So over time, my work has shifted to linguistic and cultural hegemony. The fact that we don't know we are being dominated by a Western mindset. In fact, NASA was a classic picture of that, where the symbolism that surrounds you is not consistent with Parampara se Pragati tak. The symbolism is purely suits and whatever is the trending program on Netflix, right? So I think once you can put that aside, it is easy to bring forth whatever you want to bring forth. And quite frankly, SPA, for a long time now, I had the opportunity of doing that even when the NEP was just launched, has been at the forefront of struggling with, we didn't know how to deal with the NEP. Nobody did, right? But the fact that the committee was formed, okay, let's see how can we bring all these things and bring it into the NEP? How do we design courses around this? हम क्या करें? चलो struggle करते हैं. तो साथ में मिलके सबने struggle किया. तो मेरे को लगता है कि उससे नहीं फर्क पड़ता. मतलब हम लोग अपने कुछ अगर मेरे को कुछ पॉलिसी फॉर्मुलेट करनी पड़ेगी या कुछ पास करना पड़ेगा तो उसमें ज़रूर रिजिडिटी हो सकती है. लेकिन जहाँ तक एक्सपीरियंस सामने आना हो, I have my friend and colleague Harsh Thapar who's going to be chairing the next session. He's the classic example of doing things where he's been able to break the mold, share about his experiences from the West, but also speak very relevantly as to what is the context over here and challenge the dominant notions. I think it's open and it's up to us how we mold it.
That's a good approach. Minimal, would you want to pick it up from there and look at it from the lens of Council of Architecture, which is extending the government agenda onto the teaching and, what the experiences that you've heard from people who are coming from ground?
It actually pricks my heart when, when you say that the education system is not in the right path, though I know that, I know it. But we must understand that in olden days, it was never time bound. It was skill bound. If a mason has to learn that skill, till the time you learn that skill, you are an apprentice. We are working in a European system where it is all semester. In 6 months, the first semester, another 6 months, the second semester, so on and so forth. The teachers are always on their toes, making sure that at least 90% or 95% of the students meet the minimum benchmark so that they can go to the higher semester. So ever since architecture being a skill-based course, if we are trying to teach, because the moment you get students, some could be monkeys, some could be fishes. I'm not talking about monkeys and fishes. Some would be good at swimming, some would be good at climbing trees. And the job of the gardener is to manage that the monkey should be able to swim little, the swimming fish should be able to climb little. So that is the job of the person who is in that particular post of a faculty. So keeping aside that, since it is time bound, we fail a lot, that we all understand. And now coming to the question of what council, we always ask, what can council do, what can council do? We are the council, all of us. If you are a faculty, if you are a student, we are the council. So we should make sure how we can support, because it's just a small system of people working 24 hours for architectural education practice. So if we can strengthen their hands through any idea. Once upon a time, maybe the time when I got my registration and all, it was an ivory tower. But now, council has opened up so much that everybody can walk into the registrar's room and talk to him and say that, sir, I have an idea like this. And he is there, he'll speak to the president. And for the past so many tenures, we got presidents who are ever willing to help. Any idea that comes, they're willing to help. So that way, I think it should be a collaborative work. And one more point, it just came to my mind now is, we are having Buildcon now. If we ask our colleges to have 1 or 2 studios, wherein the students are trained to learn some vernacular art, architecture or craft, and then innovate a product. And that product can be exhibited here. Maybe next Buildcon we can do that. Exhibited here, not all the 300 colleges, but at least 20 colleges, 30 colleges. They can be supported to go for design registration, wherein we are supporting a vernacular craft. Just give me 1 more minute. There is a particular vernacular craft which is called mirror mat making in Kerala, which is with the tribal women. Women only work on it. And it is very difficult to reach up to them because they live deep inside the forest. And nobody buys these mirror mats these days. So I, along with one NGO, tried to convince them that let us use this mirror mat as a product which can be converted as a mobile holder, a laptop holder. So that kind of innovations, if we can bring in our studio, not all the 5 studios, because all the 10 studios, because architecture has to be taught in such a way that the student should be able to design a convention center also. But if small things like this can be brought into 1 or 2 semesters, then I'm sure those innovations can actually preserve not all the vernacular knowledge, but at least some of the knowledge, and that can be innovated and can be brought to the market, wherein the student would understand there is something like design registration, you get patent for a product, and then obviously that will open the, his mind or the student's mind so that he can become an entrepreneur.
That's an excellent. Last point you mentioned about patents. And now that I am into this field, I realize that architecture schools and architecture students have the minimum amount of patents. Maximum is by engineering. Even management people are making patents. So we should be doing that. Vijaya, this brings us to the end. We already, we are running on the times up wala part. What are the processes, a few, 2 or 3 processes that come to your mind that we can apply to do all this, how to draw from what has happened in the past, how to take it forward, what all these science people have been talking about. But they are talking about their aims and ambitions and what is not happening, what should be happening. Do you think you have some ideas on how to draw from tradition and from the past, because you are in that domain?
Okay, I'll just take one more minute because the time is already up. Thank you so much. I think you have all spoken so well on this particular topic. I think we need some kind of a Pidilite product for professional to glue with the heritage and practices and the best practices. So well, jokes aside, but we are giving a lot of training these days. We take a lot of interns, whoever. So I don't mind if a student is in first year or second year or third year. So I welcome them to learn whatever they can at Intact. So at this moment, I think this year we have about 10 interns, from different part of the country who are sitting there, looking at our work, kind of learning at least. So we can actually have that in multifold, because as I told you that, there are chapters. So we have about 250 chapters and you have 250 or 300, institutions. So we can actually have a, collaboration throughout the year. So, that is possible. So it is very important, I think, to have, good hands-on experience, what, they also said, and also inculcate, that kind of empathy or an apprenticeship system or a mentorship system, which is, doesn't really exist these days. And I think, the field work with the community, like what Gaurav also said, that, learning to build a house in one day, it is like, wow. People, so I think that is, people don't know, or the students do not know, so it is our responsibility to make them, work with the community. So there are, many methods. Of course, these days, because everybody is inclined to digital, and this kind of system, so we can always encourage digital archiving, digital documentation, or maybe, ask AI, get, fall back on AI to create some kind of a system, which the youngsters would always, like to do, and they have an inclination. So, yes, with
Thank
that, I
Thank
end
you,
here.
Vidya.
Yeah,
So-
and one thing, I think I would like to add that Lime is not a rocket science, so let us please also have some, hands-on course on Lime, in the COA curriculum. So because, yes, and also because it has, BIS codes. So yeah, we can also, improve on that. So if you can do that, that will be really great, because after, completing architecture, and sometimes conservation architects also, they don't actually, have some kind of a hands-on experience with Lime.
Thank you. So this brings us to the end of the first part of the panel discussion. Thank you. You brought in very good ideas and some very, I think, concrete suggestions for council to take forward. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Naveen Piplani ji and all our wonderful panelists for this wonderful moderation. Thoughtful guidance and expert facilitation through this panel discussion enabled a meaningful exchange of perspective of the relevance of Indian knowledge system, vernacular architecture and heritage transformation in contemporary architectural practice. This discussion highlighted how traditional wisdom, local knowledge and cultural heritage can continue to inspire sustainable, context-responsive and innovative approaches to the built environment. Now, as a token of appreciation, we would like to felicitate our President Sir of Council of Architecture and our panelists for the first panel discussion. May I now request Architect Gajanan Ramji and Shri R.K. Oberoi ji to join the dais with us, please. And I request R.K. Oberoi sir to kindly felicitate Gajanan Ram sir, President Council of Architecture. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful support. May I now request Sri Gajanan Ram sir and R.K. Oberoi sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Naveen Piplani sir. Miss A. Vijaya ma'am. Dr. Binumul Tom ma'am. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Architect Gaurav Shure sir. Dr. Shaleen Sharma sir. Dr. Shikha Jain ma'am. Mr. Rajiv Ghosh sir. May we have a huge round of applause for our wonderful panelists today for our first session. May I kindly request Sri Gajanan Ram ji sir to kindly felicitate Oberoi ji, Sri Oberoi ji sir. Meanwhile, let's have a group picture, please. Let's have a group picture, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am, for this wonderful panel discussion. May I have your attention, please? Let's move towards the second segment of today's symposium, themed as Future of the Built Environment, Digital Technologies, AI and Next Generation Architectural Practices. As architecture enters an era defined by rapid technology advancement, emerging tools such as artificial intelligence, building information modeling, digital fabrication, data-driven design, and smart systems are transforming the way we conceive, construct, and manage the built environment. At the same time, these innovations raise important questions regarding creativity, sustainability, ethics, and the evolving role of the architect. To set the context for this discussion, We will begin with a thematic presentation followed by the panel discussion. Let's start with the presentation on Built India by architect Krishna Leela Murthy ji, Principal Architect Folds Design Studio from Navi Mumbai. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to invite architect Krishna Leela Murthy ji to deliver the presentation for this segment. Please, sir. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Hello. Good evening, all. I think we can start the presentation. Okay, we'll quickly run through the presentation. I'll quickly show the slides as well because I think we are really running out of time. So we are talking about digital architecture. We have been talking about heritage, conservation, and many aspects of life. We have traveled a lot, probably thousands of years, and learned a lot about what materials are all about and how we can use materials for our daily use, right? Where we stay, the spaces that we are moving around, the public spaces that we are looking at, whether it is large or small, right? There are multiple things that we are working with. But moving away with those earlier eras of practice of architecture and entering into the new era of architecture where it is all about digital processes. So I as an architect practice digital architecture majorly at Navi Mumbai. So we work with a lot of machines, so that's what we do. We also work with digital softwares and also with AI currently. So I will just run through the projects that I do. This is a small presentation about a small piece of an art, which is an information desk for an interior space of a lobby. So when you do designing, it is not about just for getting fascinated with design elements, but also trying to understand where do you derive the forms from. So this is a form that I try to derive biomimicking nature, especially understanding the logics of the nature. So, getting inspired from these details which are around us and converting that into form-based details and converting it into a functional art. That is what we do, part one. Part two is also just not getting fascinated with the forms, but how do we build them? So building these forms is not easy today at all, okay? So this can only come through digital practices. So this is an information desk which was 3D printed at the earlier stage, and we used WPC as a basic raw material, and we had an information where we were talking about bonding. So here, how do you bond these materials matters a lot. So in this case, the information desk, a WPC, which is a wood plastic composite material, when you start bonding with different agents, how does it react? Part one. Part two, the top coat that we are trying to use today, which has to be again sustainable. In this case, the top coat is composite marble, which can be sprayed. So that is an invention that we try to do, that a composite marble can be sprayed through machines and not pasting with hands. Okay. So that's how the design happens. When we are trying to practice through digital formations, what happens is generally the information is not lost. Earlier the practices were, we used to design, the designer used to give us details or the drawings. The information was passed to the laborers, the contractors, the supervisors, the artisans. So during this, there was an information loss. At the end of the day, the designer designs something and the process that gets executed is something else. So there is always a loss of information. In this case, there is no loss of information. These are two mirror images of the same product that we try to do for a lobby. Okay, so replica of the product, but it is a mirror image. So that's how the product from the design stage which gets to the execution stage and completed with respect to the kind of a space that we are looking at. So that's the kind of a form that we are trying to enhance them and build them today. So these are different materials that I'm going to show you. Next is again a screen, a jali, but a futuristic jali, not a typical kind of a jali that we have been seeing for ages and long, right? But a jali which is again derived from corals, that's nature again, biomimic nature. This is a separator which separates a baggage screening space inside a lobby, okay? But the kind of a material that we try to use is lightweight concrete blocks, okay? Again, using lightweight concrete blocks, using the bonding, the kind of a bonding that we are looking at is very important. So these blocks are bonded with a special agent because again construction methodology, when we are trying to engrave lightweight concrete blocks to this thin as a jali, okay, it has also got to take a load. That is very important. So every piece of the lightweight concrete block that we are trying to see is been engraved in a different way. Everything is algorithmic. Everything is computational here. Nothing is derived by just drawing a sketch. From a sketch, it gets converted through algorithms to a form-based detail. Everything is calculated. So that's how the end coat is completed. So what we do is the kind of a process, we were talking about lime right now, right? So here the top coat is a mixture of a lime and again your adhesives. So that's how the end coat begins. And you know, that's the kind of a product that we can generate today. So when we are talking about digital architecture doesn't mean just getting fascinated with forms, but it also matters that how you execute them. So execution has to happen through machines for sure. So we work completely with CNC machines, 3D printers, robotic arms, your water jet machines. Being an architect, I practice a studio which has got all these machines in-house. There is nothing which we go and, you know, where we are dependent upon the vendors. Everything is in-house. So in my studio, we are working with more than 200 plus machines and with less number of people. Okay, as less number of designers, that's what we do. So that's again a table that you're trying to see. Again, the material is different here. The material is metal and stone. Working with metal and stone is not an easy job at all. Stone with this kind of a form, how do we do it? We are not using stone extensively. What we have done is we have made an internal structure with wood. Again, parametric design, calculative design analysis. Then each and every stone piece was calculated with algorithms, and we made sure that it can be cut into that simple slice of which is getting formed on a doubly curved surface. So the stone was fixed, and then pushing in the brass, the metal inside the stone is what we are trying to understand. Here it is all about materials, whether it is stone, whether it is brass, the adhesives, the bonding agents that we are looking at to bond the stone to the wood. Again, that matters. So this is something where you have to understand the technology of materials which are available today. Okay. So, you know, this is one of the most complicated piece that we have done in our life, where, you know, the whole factory was, the team, the artisans that were there present, they were so happy after getting this product. It took almost 6 months for us. You know, we were thinking that, you know, we can build one house in one day. But to make this product, it took us almost 6 months. So it was not an easy job to understand how a stone can be carved out to this kind of a detail, and it can be transported, it can be shipped from one space to the other, and it is a functional piece. It is just not art, it is a table. It has to be shipped, it has to be moved again. So, you know, when you're moving a stone piece like this, stones are very delicate. In this kind of a form, they're not solid forms. They are in this kind of a form. It is an artistic form, right? So getting that piece detailed out and delivered, it takes, you know, a hell lot of patience and time and money as well. Then coming to one project that we are doing, which is a home theater. Okay, it's a theater where we are trying to play with acoustics, and the acoustics are played using wood. Okay, we always see that, you know, it's fabrics that give us acoustic as a detailed material. No, even wood is an acoustic material. So this kind of a home theater is what we are trying to plan out, which is at a construction stage where the acoustics is behind, and we have used flexi ply, which also absorbs sound and then sends behind. So that's a kind of a detailed process that we went through. It is at a construction phase. We are almost 60% completed now. So understanding technology is what we need to do today. Technology is moving at a much faster pace. Yes, of course, हमारी परंपरा को हमें नहीं भूलनी चाहिए. There are a lot to learn from the parampara. There are a lot to learn from the heritage details that we have. But how those details can have different textures, different forms, different kind of an environment, different kind of spaces. That is what we need to learn and try to build them in today's context. So these are things that we are trying to build. Again, this is 20,000 square feet of a lobby space where we tried to build a banyan tree. Okay, it is a tree with one small trunk and it is floating in air. Okay, and it is suspended from the ceiling. So it's a small sketch that I try to derive, again mimic from nature, try to copy it from nature, the intricacies of nature, and then building using different materials. Okay, here the material was metal. how do we understand this technology? You know, the tree can build on its own, but when it comes to we as designers, we as architects, and the laborers with whom we are trying to work with, how do we communicate with them and get this product done? So what we do is we designed this, we 3D modeled it, and then tried to 3D print this model and understand whether it can fit into the space that we are trying to design. Okay, it's a 80 tons of a sculpture spread over 20,000 square feet. So again, 80 tons of a sculpture that has to be suspended from the ceiling. That matters a lot. So here what we try to do is we try to do analysis, run algorithms again. Through computational programming, we understood that at 200 points, we can suspend this whole installation inside this lobby by just 6 mm thin cables and still create your sculpture inside that space. So we used metal. So how do we communicate with our labor? We communicate with our labor by making models like this. So we make paper models, we make our welders understand how the execution can be done. So that's the kind of a program that we run through inside our own factory, inside our own space. So then the process goes to the site. We cut them through laser machines. The process goes to the site. People weld it with respect to the models that we have made, and then the execution happens, and then you see the end product. So this is the kind of an end product that we are trying to build into spaces like, you know, a lobby of an IT park. So it is a 20,000 square feet of a space. On the wall, what you're trying to see is a model of Navi Mumbai. So we wanted to make an interactive wall where people working in this space, because this project is in Navi Mumbai, we wanted people to communicate with the wall that we try to make, which is again an art, right? That's the model that you're trying to see, which showcases each and every space of Navi Mumbai. So people working in this building, maybe 30%, I mean almost we have, I think 20 to 25,000 people working in this building, where at least 20% are from Navi Mumbai. People, when they come into this space, they communicate with this model, they talk to the model. They feel that, you know, these are the areas that they used to live in, or probably the whole space of Navi Mumbai has transformed in last 50 years. So that's what people try and, you know, see in this space. Then inside the same space, we have also designed a small lift information bot. Generally, what happens is, you know, inside an IT park space, there are these large lift lobbies we tend to see. Inside that same space, I thought, why not design that information bot, you know, that information panel that usually is on the wall, why not we convert that into an information bot so that people try and interact with this thing in a different way. So we try to detail that out, again CNC it out, put that information bot into that, the detail that we are trying to see, with those pipes where, you know, the pipes carry the wires. Okay. So that's how these kind of designs today that we are looking at could be produced if an architect practices with an in-house setup. Okay, which is very important, because over the span of time, I think in the last 20 years, what we have realized is we are losing a lot of artisans from the industry. Many of the artisans are becoming contractors, and then they are becoming developers. Their kids are not entering into the practice any further. So I think in the near future, machines are something which we all need to understand. Of course, after working with machines, end of the day, people, the laborers have to be there, at least a minimum number of laborers who have to get these products finished at least. Okay. So this is again the facade of the same IT park that I'm trying to show you. So this is almost a 2 lakh plus square feet of a surface area that was designed. It is an IT park building, but detailed with brick. So we wanted the facade to be designed with brick only because we wanted to reduce the temperature inside the building. So this is a parking bay that we were designing. So number of pieces that were cut was almost 5 lakh pieces of brick cut from solid blocks. So this is a high density block that we tried to procure from Mysore. Okay, and these pieces were cut into multiple directions, multiple angles, so that we could get that kind of a design pattern on the wall. So here, because of the light falling onto the surface, throughout the day, there is a good amount of play of shadow happening on the building. Plus, what we are also trying to see is the jali that has formed. This jali that we are trying to see is a very simple jali, a brick cut into a solid brick cut into multiple pieces, stacked like this one above the other, with a bonding agent which is just 6 mm thick. So technology has reached to an area where we don't have to use lot of bonding agents. These bonding agents can be minimalized to an extent where you can get that kind of a detail where the bonding agents are not seen, yet the design is in place. So here the material is your solid, high density block, which is weighing a bit somewhere between 12 kg to 20 kgs. Okay. So these blocks are cut, and that kind of a design detail that could be produced. So with a lot of research and with using technology, we can literally manipulate the earlier materials that were available with us, right? By using computational programming, again, these bricks could be calculated in a completely different format. Same materials, but used in a different way. That's the logic of design that can be produced in today's context. Okay. So again, we are doing a Lee Meridian building just parallel to this IT park. The existing building, which was completely plastered, because we reduced the temperature there in the earlier building, in the IT park building, the client came to us back again and he removed the external plaster and he wanted us to clad brick. In this case, again, each and every brick was cut at a different angle with a different curve. That could have been only done with machines again. So that's the kind of a design process that we try to achieve, where we call parametric details, where we also say that computational programming, how does this computational programming help us out? You know, how do you make sure that the amount of material that you're trying to use could be minimal? That is also very important. So in this case, each and every block was cut to precise size. They are not casted. Each and every block was cut to precise size at a different angle. And the rear surface is again flat. That is also very important. And the bonding agent, very important is the bonding agent, because bricks, when you are trying to use at this surfaces, at this height, right? Because earlier the bricks were used only to a typical height, you know, maybe up to 10, 12 meters, because at this height, the wind pressure is too extensive. So here the bonding agents are necessary again. So, you know, the kind of a design process that you can go through by using digital methods would be completely different. So these are the kind of projects that we are trying to work out right now. I'm just showing you the projects so that you understand how materials can become really a different kind of a source for you to understand design and also implement them. So this is a sports complex building that we have recently designed. This is for MCA. So this was a competition project, of course. I will not go through what the process of the design was. This is the building detail that we have done. I would like to explain the parking building again. In this case, there was a parking building where we are supposed to in-house almost 23,000 two-wheelers and almost 4,000 cars. So the parking building that we tried to design is, we wanted to weave the surface of the parking building by having these metal, metal strips, metal pipes running through, and these metal pipes are weaved with plastic, that is your polymers, your Bisleri bottles. We wanted the extract of the Bisleri bottles to be converted into pellets, and then they could be extruded, and by using drones and using an algorithmic calculation, we can weave that whole thing with a surface and create a different kind of a surface there. That's the kind of a surface that you can create. That's the kind of a detail that you can produce by using algorithms again. So we wanted this kind of a procedure to be applied so that the whole surface is weaved by using these pellets, that is your PETG, and convert that into a surface where your dust doesn't come inside. Internal surface is again, the temperature inside is again reduced, and we are also using waste as a material. That's the whole idea. And the other building that we were trying to do, see, this is again clay, where we wanted to 3D print the whole staircase and create this kind of a design process. So these are the design languages that can be adopted today, rather than we copying the West, or rather than we copying our heritage all the time and creating the same kind of a buildings by using our new materials. Why can't we define technology in a completely different format, use those same materials, but create new designs, produce new designs. So that's the whole idea here. So this is again the same, the clubhouse building that we have detailed for the same complex. So that's the design process. Again using clay as the basic raw material with using your stainers and give that kind of a white colored finish. Because your clay has, usually it has got a, typically it's got a terracotta color, it's got a brown color. We wanted the whole building facade to be in white. So we tried to use the stainers inside your clay, print them and take them onto the facade of the building and create this kind of a design process. So it's very simple. Buildings may look complicated, but if you understand the technology better, if you understand the software is better, if you understand these algorithmic details properly, then I think we can achieve much complex geometries into the kind of a design language that we are looking at. This is a project that I'm doing in Mumbai. It is again a residential project. So the surface was designed by using AI here. So this is completely detailed out by using AI as a software. So in this case, we have used Stable Diffusion, which is again a software which runs on a platform called Comfy UI. Okay. So here what we have tried to understand is the building design has got east, west, south, right? We know that these are the direction through which the sunlight is going to pass through, and it is going to affect your surfaces of the building. So we detailed it in such a way that, you know, wherever we wanted glass, where more of ventilation was needed, we tried to get glass there, and where less amount of, you know, there was more amount of heat energy, we thought we'll cover it with concrete. So that's the kind of a, this is the number of iterations that we try to produce using our simple algorithms in AI. Okay. So that's the process. This is the Comfy UI platform on which there is something called Stable Diffusion, where we connect, we make programs, we understand that, you know, through sketches, how we can derive the end product, the jali that we are looking at, right? But in a different context, the scale of the jali changes here. And it becomes the surface of the building. So that's the process that you're trying to see. And the end product of the design is this. So this is what we try to achieve as a residential building. The corner surface that you're trying to see, that's the area where there's a lot of amount of heat which is going to come through, and the glass areas would be the surface where less amount of heat is going to come there. Okay. So that's how the whole design process goes through. If you're very good at softwares, if you really learn softwares, I mean, that's the next level. So that's where we can try and change the texture of our buildings which we are trying to design today. Okay. And these are very easy to execute if you understand materials. So for us today, in past 20-25 years of my, 30 years of a practice, past 20 years I've been only practicing with machines. My logic is just work with machines, get the end product to such an extent that it becomes very easy for our contractors, our laborers to work with. So I'll just run through the projects. I'm not going to talk much because the time is up now. So these are the other projects that I'm doing for you to understand how design can become different. Our spaces can look different when we are inside or when we are outside, how our spaces can be. This is a bungalow that I'm doing at Bangalore. This is again a 20 mm thin slab is what I had designed. There was no structural involved because I wanted the whole roof to be parabolic, and it was very difficult for me to convince a structural engineer and get this project done. So here, it's just a 20 mm thin slab. We have used metal, we have used 6 mm thin metal, using tessellations as the basic core design, the triangulated formations. Each and every piece of the triangulated surface was numbered. It was sent across from Mumbai to Bangalore, and we tried to execute this without any supervisor there. It is very easy to make our laborers understand if your drawings are perfect. So that's the kind of a design process that we try to achieve. You can see the slab. It is just 6 mm thick. We have used a 8 mm thin lightweight concrete block for insulation on top of it with a 4 mm thick, waterproofing. And that's how, and these walls that we have also designed, it's completely brick. So again, the walls are 300 to 400 mm thick, again forming a design detail. That's how we explain our laborers, our artisans, by numbering each and every brick and where it has to be placed. That's the end output that you're trying to see. So internally we cladded with pine wood just to make sure that, internally we don't we had one more insulation material inside and also create a surface inside. So that's how these projects are done. So you can see the difference. It's a 6 mm thin MS sheet on which we have cladded 8 mm lightweight concrete block as an insulation, and that's the end product that you're trying to see. So these are kind of designs which can easily be executed if you understand the language of computation. This is again now columns of a bungalow, 3D printed, just to understand how we can design multiple columns for a project like this. So it's almost a 40 feet individual column. It was very difficult for us to convince our client, make him understand that, you know, these are the kind of columns that we are looking at. We don't want to copy the typical columns, the Doric order columns or the Corinthian columns. So to explain our clients, it becomes easy if you have 3D printed machines with you. So we built a complete 40 feet long, the height 3D printed column, just to make our clients understand that these are the kind of details that we can execute. So once the column was approved, we selected this material, again a lightweight concrete block. Multiple pieces of lightweight concrete block were cut to precise shape by using machines again, and they were shipped to Bangalore. This is a project in Bangalore again. Then engraved, and that's the kind of a design outcome that you're trying to see today. So each and every column, from the design 3D model that we have done to the end product that we are trying to see, there is zero loss of information. That's what you can achieve if you're trying to work with a language called information. Okay. This is a staircase, a very complicated staircase designed by Andrew Spalfinger. He was, earlier he was an associate to MAD Architects. Now he is an associate to Zaha. So he had designed this staircase, and we do a program called Unfolds where we invite international architects to our office. We also invite students and architects all over India. We do a 10 days workshop where we teach them digital architecture. So this was a program where we did, and we tried to take one of his designs and try to execute that here in India. Okay, so it's a staircase, very simple, but a stable design is what we are looking at, a structural design, what we are looking at, a very complicated form. He calls it as an exoskeleton, and that's the design process. We 3D printed first, then internally we try to insert metal into it with one single pipe at the center, and it was also showcased in one of the exhibitions in Mumbai. So it's just not an art piece, but it is also an usable product. So you can see that in a very simple way this staircase can be used, the way the regular staircases are used. The only thing that you're trying to see is the design language. So here the whole thing is all about anatomy, okay, mimicking from anatomy. These are different projects in pipeline that we are trying to do. Again, it's a 13-storied bungalow, form-based, completely form-based, sustainable. Getting landscape into the building was our main thought, having multiple layered heights, dual heights, letting the, your good amount of cross ventilation through the project. So it's a bungalow that we are designing in Mumbai again. This is an office project at Jamnagar. So how our style of architecture has slowly tried to transform from those linear lines to curvilinear lines is something which has really, currently practicing in India, teaching our people how these curvilinear lines can be executed. That's the biggest task. And we literally, by introducing machines, we have literally made sure that these buildings can be built easily here in India and with good amount of detailing. That's what we try to do. This is a school project. You can just see them and running through. These are interior spaces, beds. All this is composite marble that you're trying to see. Everything is solid, nothing is POP or nothing is just fiber. Everything is composite marble, from the handle to the door to the lines that you're trying to see on the on the surfaces, the textures, the lighting. You won't see any lighting fixture inside. Everything is backlit, right? The small dot of lights that you're trying to see is again those podi lights. They throw light up to 16 meters. So technology has been used extensively here to create these kind of forms and make them, make them livable. So today we might feel that, these are the kind of spaces whether if somebody has to use it, we have not seen these kind of spaces, but they are really comfortable to live with. A door handle, everything is biomimicked from nature. I am not trying to design forms which are completely geometrical, but each and every line that you're trying to see is just mimicked from nature, trying to copy how trees develop themselves, how they grow, how they form on their own. And those things, those details, I'm trying to get them into our internal spaces. Of course, they're form-based, but I can't make them green, but I can make them into a structural member where people can use it properly. Okay, if you look at the chair, even the chair has been detailed. The sculptures that you're looking at, every sculpture, every form, every space, everything has been designed and built. Nothing has been picked up from the market and the spaces have been designed here. So when you're working with machines and technology, you get that flexibility to create your own language of design. And that's what we have done here. Other than the two chandeliers that you're trying to see, both in the dining area and in the living room top, everything is made in-house. So as an architect, I feel that, we are not just people who are going to sit in the offices and work, but we also work with laborers. I as a designer, as an architect, I also work with machines. I understand these machines so extensively that I can also repair them whenever required. I'm not dependent upon my people who are going to work on my machines. Okay. So that's the kind of a design language. This is a recent bathtub that we have designed. I just launched a product now. So where this is a bathtub which has got a whirlpool inside it, a home theater, a TV, a wine chiller, everything in-house. So, everything inside that one bathtub that you're trying to see. These are the different kind of products that we are making now. This is a wash basin. So the watch stand, a bed, side tables, an entrance lobby, mandir with a seating. So form is no more, it's not saying that, you can't build me any further now. So because the technology has gone so far today that you can build any kind of form that we are looking at. Okay. So linear lines is something I have literally obsoleted in my studio now. So we are working only with complicated forms. Everything is form-based, everything is curvilinear. From your a watch stand, from a hanger, to a chandelier, to a floor mat, everything is designed in-house and detailed to an extent, to that an extent that a client of mine feels very comfortable thinking that, it is a customized product for him. So recently we have just giving a proposal to these tunnels that are happening all over the place in India. So we thought, why not try and reimagine the tunnels in a different way. The entrances of the tunnel especially, the tunnels are so boring. We enter into a tunnel, we honk, they're so boring. Why can't we make them lively? Why can't we create a design which literally changes the textures of the tunnels to an extent that, they become memories. They just don't, even these kind of sculptures that we are looking at. Why can't we have really a futuristic sculptures which can literally tell us how we can look up to things in a completely different way. And again, a theme park. That's the last slide that you could see. So this is a theme park that we have given proposal for theme park and a film city, which is going to come up at Raipur. So that's the kind of a project that we're looking at. That's a convention center. A plaza in the center by using glass as a material. So here the adventure park that we try to design is like, creating memories. So it's not that when you're entering into, especially into a theme park, it is not that the rides that we are looking at. So we have tried to create Ramayana, Mahabharata, Uri, multiple, almost 10 different games where each and every person who is actually trying to enter into this space becomes a participant. Rather than just enjoying the space, he becomes the participant, he becomes the actor there. So if you're doing Uri, you're those actors. You're going to learn everything there and then proceed, do these activities there and then work on it, take a memory back. So it's like, you're living that kind of a moment inside that space. So that's a kind of a theme park that we have designed. This is Samundra Manthan. So we have designed 10 different games in this project that we are trying to do. So every person becomes a participant, not just a person who is trying to enjoy the ride. So your rides would be inside the play that we are trying to do. Done. So inside the theme park itself, we are having these kind of restaurants where it gives you that kind of a feeling that you're in that era, rather than just having new age restaurants, because this is a theme park where we want people, when they are entering into the space, they should also believe that, when they are having their food, they should be having food in that same era. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable perspective. Please join us on the dais, sir. Thank you, sir, for your valuable perspective on the transformative role of technology and for setting the stage for our discussion on the future of architecture. Moving forward to our second panel discussion, may I request our distinguished panelists to kindly join us on the dais. Architect Harsh Thapar, Sir, Founder HIT Works, Shri Akash Deep Ji, Deputy General Manager and Treasurer, Griha Council of Griha, India, Shri Madhukar Pandey Ji, Deputy Secretary, Lands and Ports Authority of India, Architect Rajiv Lunkar Ji, Director at Direct Create, Architect Rajneesh Sareen Ji, Program Director, Sustainable Heritage Program Center for Science and Environment, and Dr. Rashmi B. Tandon, Ma'am, Deputy Director, TRC, Delhi Council of Architecture. Before we proceed, I would like to mention that architect Sonali Dhopte, Chief Strategy Officer, Exilis, who was scheduled to join us as a distinguished panelist for this session, today is unfortunately unable to join us. Due to her accident, she has been advised to rest. We extend our heartfelt wishes to her. Now may I also request Architect Harsh Thapar, sir, to take the discussion forward. Floor is yours, sir.
Hi everybody, can you guys hear me? Yeah? Would request the people who are really interested to come up front. I think that will really, energize us to give you the things. Do you guys want to move up front? There's a lot of seats here. That will really help us. Please do come. We might even get some chance of, asking questions if time permits. Please do come up front. I think that is the least we can do for the distinguished panel we have here, and that will really help us, share our thoughts, because we'll feel that, you guys are there. Yes, lovely. Please, all of you, whosoever wants, please come up front. Okay, so we are here. We are, of course, running a little short with time, but we do have enough to have a meaningful discussion, right? And we've had a great start given by architect Krishna Leela Murthy. Thank you so much, sir. I think it was quite insightful that the new tools and technologies can allow us to explore architecture in a different way. Right, so the first panel talked about, learnings from the past. The remit that has been given to me, in fact, the topic that's been given to me for panel discussion 2 says, future of built environment, especially discussing digital technologies, AI, and next generation architectural practice, you know. So I think I want to take a cue from what I saw on the screen, right? There was a lot of interesting stuff. So pardon me if I don't remember the projects. But it reminded me of something I was hearing recently, which was this fact that somewhere, you know, in history, traditional Indian architects used to be builders, right? They used to sit with the mason and they used to say, bhai, aise banao, aise lintel lagao, aise stone ko cut karo. But then came the British era, which actually reduced many of us to making drawings and creating systems which were more paper-based than digital, but our hands-on interaction went away. So my question, I would start with you, sir, again, because it connects to your presentation. Do you think time, with these new technologies coming in, BIM is there now, you have parametric software that's come in, which makes the whole computational aspect much easier than calculating it on Excel, for example. Do you think the era of the architect as the builder has come back?
Absolutely. Because I work with, being an architect, I work on ground. Okay. So I work with all my team members, especially the helpers, today. My initial taking in of people are majorly helpers. First, I take helpers into my factory, my studio. I teach them layer by layer, because I also teach them these computational programming designs that we produce one. I also teach them the research on materials that we are trying to do today. So if I'm not on ground, then I don't think I can communicate with them and get these kind of designs executed. So hence the build format that we are looking at, what used to earlier happen. I think I think we should do it. We have been doing that in first year of architecture college, right? We call it a basic design. When we were working on basic design, we used to work with materials, we used to carve them out, we used to execute them and make something or the other as a product, as a design product, right? But that gets lost while you're completing your 5 years course. End of the day, you come up with your FSI calculations and everything comes into place, right? And then the survival, majorly the survival. But I think today for past, I think 2006 was the day when I put my foot down in my regular practice. And I said, I want to practice basic design that I learned in first year. And since then, till 2026, now it's 20 years down the line, that I'm trying to work as a builder, that you're trying to say, as a contractor. I call myself as a contractor first and then as a designer. Because when I look my designs from the contractor's perspective, I first understand that whether it could be built or not. Right, because हमारे contractors हमेशा हमारे clients के साथ पहले बैठे रहते हैं और बोलते हैं ये नहीं बन सकता है, आपका architect बहुत ज़्यादा dream कर रहा है. So here I am becoming the contractor first and saying that let my architect dream. And who is me as an architect again? So I dream more. So it becomes easy for me as a contractor to execute my stuff.
So fantastic. I think that actually gives us, all of us, many young architects here, that the future is actually getting hands-on with many materials. It's not about paper and digital only. Okay, so just to, while we have many interesting non-architects, or people doing more than architecture on this panel, I would like to carry forward this thought with architect Rajiv, right? And Rajiv, you have, an architectural firm, and you have a background in which you are, looking at these technologies. You have also looked at the cultural aspects of it as well. You have the privilege of working on the new parliament building to, create certain culture-specific objects that had to go in there. So a fantastic project. So I wanted to ask you, as a firm, as a team, what new technologies are driving your practice at the moment? What are you doing?
Hi, audible, right? Yeah. So, first of all, I think one of the biggest technologies is we no longer a firm. You don't really need a firm and a large practice, or any practice for that matter, because people can connect from anywhere and start working anywhere. And instead of defining a practice from the team that you have, you could define it from what you want to do and assemble the team on the go. So literally Parliament actually happened during COVID times. Anyways, I mean, they just taught us a big lesson, but we were able to put together teams on the fly. And since then, it's always been about what you want to do, find the best people who can do that. And so that's one technology which has really foundationally shifted how we practice. But I think seeing the presentation I just saw, and I've been I realized how introvert or inward looking, the more you become inward looking, less you start seeing the real world, which is a big problem with technology. Yeah, sorry about that. So it's a big problem with technology. There is an opening that the internet provides to all of us of exposing us to the world, but it also closes us a lot of times, and our current built environment is a big reflection of that to what is next doors to us. And I feel while all the world's technology is already available or coming to us, and the more we are, say, swimming in those new waters, how can we still keep track of, where we are, and not so much from just a memory point of view, but from a social, cultural relationship that we have with our cities, we have with our built spaces. Do we want to, what is India actually? And what is it that we want to define ourselves as? And how can we carry that forward in our built environment? What are the tiniest of clues? Like if we use a software, what parts of the software are actually serving us, and where we are serving the software? Like we are caught in the software.
I'll just, extend my question a little bit. I'll give you an example. I'm an architect. I also build stuff, and I have very interesting clients. It's not about the scale. Sometimes, some interesting people can make you think. So recently, what's been happening is that I'm getting a lot of clients who. So I asked one client, "Can you send me a design brief?" He basically made one pager out of ChatGPT and sent me, exactly describing the colors, the palette, the fact that there had to be a layering in terms of the room, how you see it, and also the materiality. On another occasion, my team and I did about a week's work to create certain options for a house. I sent him, another client, I sent the input out, and in about 15 minutes, I got a reply, a 5-pager reply comparing both the options. And okay, all of it was not super smart, but ChatGPT had done a fairly good 75–80% kind of grade, and they were meaningful comments. So the architectural practice has really changed, and there are new stuff that is actually pushing architects to change their practice. I want to, connect this thought to Akashdeep. If I'm not wrong, you have worked, or you are working with Griha Council. And, one thought that, we have been talking, and we've talked about it also, is that do you think that these new technologies have a potential in, especially I'm referring to AI, have a potential in actually making our lives easy regarding green buildings, right? Especially, see, I work on green buildings, the certification process and, the science behind it is quite tedious, right? How are you thinking about it now?
Hello everyone, and thanks Harsh for the interesting question. And now, interestingly, one of the challenges which we face in certifications nowadays, or ever since, is certification is a long documentation-based proving what we are. And interestingly, it is totally opposite to what architects have been taught. We can't prove the set theory. It's all about feeling. It's all about our understanding of the things. With AI and the technology come into place, what we are also now looking into how to how these feelings can be then translated to numbers or getting the things done easier for the documentation. But that's also a challenge that the technology has with regards to sometimes the technology is used in the other way around also to create documentations or create compliances which should not be there basically. So there's always an edge sword how you are using that technology, and the ethics of these technologies is very important. Right now these ethics are not there, somewhat being taught or somewhat being informed to the users, and that's where the challenge lies with the newer technologies. If those ethics are not followed, it has both positives and negatives which can happen. We are working on many of the dashboards using new technologies for reporting mechanism for the government of India, and we have multiple commitments at the global level, the Net Zero 2070, the 2047 Viksit Bharat. These all are basically numbers which add up at the end of the day. So we need systems which can get these numbers into it, verify them, and make sure these numbers are then relayed to the public basically. And that's what we do basically for the government. We are trying to help them get these numbers verified and at one place so that people can measure. Also the basic, and Gaurav before me was also mentioning that the basic principle on what Griha was created was what gets measured gets managed. And I think Usha's presentation was also like, everything can be measurable, everything can be precise, and you can do anything in that process. So that's what we work with the government in that front, I think so.
Okay, fantastic. So I'm hoping that very soon the green building certification that I have to submit, all becomes really smooth. I just upload the drawings and some text, and maybe it reads my folders and says it's a platinum rated building or something like that. Right, so I'm really hoping that, because otherwise it's 18 to 24 months of a lot of work, right? So you mentioned the government of India, and we had an interesting chat with Shri Madhukar Pandey yesterday, and sir, you are working with the government of India, and you are managing lots of projects related to Land Port Authority. So here, I wanted to ask you that what is the latest thinking and vision of your, organization, of the government regarding land ports, right? You yesterday mentioned a couple of very interesting points, that the trade across land ports is rising majorly in the present geopolitical context, right? If I'm not wrong, you mentioned something like 85,000 crores of trade. There is a lot of people movement that's happening across. It's probably one of the most complex things to manage in India. How are you dealing with it? Do you think new technologies have a helping hand?
Yes, yes. Actually, we have 15,000 kilometer plus land borders and around 100 entry-exit points across the land borders. Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Myanmar, China, these all countries where earlier there was बहुत ज़्यादा focus नहीं था on those land boundaries as far as trade is concerned. But in last decade there has been interesting उस तरफ ज़्यादा government has started focusing, and this organization was established in 2012. And before that there was organizations like custom, immigration. They all were working in silos, and it was established with a vision that there will be an integrated setup. Everybody will work in tandem, they will work together, and an integrated check post will be established. And in that direction, today we have around 15 land ports which is being operated by Land Port Authority of India, and we are having 85,000 crore plus trade. Because of some geopolitical situation, Pakistan and Bangladesh, the trade could not scale up, but next coming years we will have, it can go up to 4 lakh crore. So on 9th June, just 9 days back, we had a major push as far as digital transformation is concerned. Land port management system was launched by none other than Honorable Home Minister himself, and he visioned that it will be a part of a smart border management grid. And we are having, as on date, we have got a dashboard which is integrated with other stakeholders, be it custom, be it immigration, be it animal plant quarantine, and other stakeholders. So we are all on the same page. And further, it is possible that we will scale it up and will use all the technology, be it digital twin or other technology, and will integrate so that, because today you cannot scale up trade in silos. You have to, there is focus on PM Gati Shakti scheme is there, where vision of Honorable Prime Minister is to get optimum out of this total ecosystem. And we have IceGate a platform by custom that has also been integrated, transport. So this complete ecosystem need to be integrated with the multimodal logistics system, and you have to use all the AI tools, be it CCTV, be it sensor, be it database available with us, historical data, then prediction of future trade. And these all integrated will further scale up the trade, and we will push the international trade to next level in coming years. We hope that these intervention of technological intervention from the government of India side will take it to next level. Yes.
Fantastic. I think you mentioned digital twins. I think that's a very interesting word. It's not a new word, and there has been a buzz on this for at least 10 years. I personally was involved with the Amravati Capital City project. So you would be happy to know that the government of Andhra Pradesh has envisaged making a twin of the whole city, right? And this is going to be the first city in the world where your digital twin is born as the city is getting born, right? So a digital twin, essentially for people who may not know, allows you to, it's not just a digital model, but it has information and it is linked to big data, which is dynamically getting updated, and you can place scenarios, right? So for example, in Amravati, it basically envisages, disaster scenarios or high traffic situations, which roads will be opened, what will be closed, what happens if there is a bomb blast, what happens if one of the portions of the grid fails, right? So the whole city can actually be controlled in that manner. Now that here, sir, I wanted to connect with Rajneesh Sarinji, right? I think our cities, if I may be honest, are definitely out of control in some manner, right? When it comes to infrastructure, we are all doing our best, but we know that they are not difficult. So it's not difficult to conclude that they are out of control. It's very difficult to manage them. One of the issues which, especially in summers, we are all seeing is this huge, heat island effects, right? So there is this urban heat island effect. There is also exacerbation that's happening because of climate change. You work with the CSE, which is the leading kind of science and environment body in India. How is CSE and you thinking about using AI, big data, any other technologies to relieve this pain of, urban heat, which is actually a major killer these days also for our population?
I think I'll just briefly tell you what exactly we do. So we work with satellite data, try to understand that there's a lot of build mass which is there around us in cities. So some are done well, some are bad, but when you put them into composition in a city, you understand certain pockets comes out as a heat centers there. So you have a big data in terms of satellite, green and blue infrastructure which is there. You can superimpose and see that which sections within the society and same morphology, how temperature variants are there and what are the reasons behind it. So sometimes we choose bad materials, sometimes wrong geometries are there, sometimes you can say aspect ratios are bad. So it depends how you compose that pattern. And like when we used to study in the college, it's like Worm's view eye. You actually look at sky view factor to see what covers your sky with you. So these all things adds up and make something called heat island, plus the overutilization. Right now, like I'm wearing a jacket, reason I was sure there will be an over-cooled space. You are in Bouchard, which is appropriate to this climate. Or maybe your and my metabolism are different. You are still managing, I'm still feeling cold.
I just blew $250 having a coffee. So it was so cold there that I just went out. And
so that's what I'm saying. So now when you define a comfort, you understand a comfort and there's an energy cost which is there around with. So for example, in this particular space, the air conditioning is actually displacing the heat. It's not generating a coolth, right? So you already have a heated space with you, lot of heat between individual materials and all, and we are displacing this into the outside environment. Now this bounce backs to us. Now if you make something which is thermally comfortable inside, which will reduce a huge amount of heat load outside onto the street, right? So these things are the one which at CSC we started to study at. In fact, this journey started, this is not where we reached, so it's still going on. We started with the buildings to understand, then we thought the hardware doesn't help. Because in the layout, if you're placed in a wrong layout, even your ECBC regulations, whatever they ask you, with best of those, still you cannot perform. So then we thought, okay, neighborhoods is going to be there. So then we went to neighborhoods to understand, do simulations on that. Then we understood that neighborhoods also helps you if you have a city profile coming best for you. So this is how we graduated to this subject to see that what could be done correctly into the city to improve this. But there's a lot of methods which is there. And I was actually looking at the designs which were being presented where the concept of thermal. But how you make this for 95% of that India who cannot afford this, right? So we work on affordable housings. So how you can change Government of India policy which can bring in these. So these are some of the intervention at CSC which we do. We reach out to, or rather try to bring up, architecture should bring up regulations which you can say reach out to those people who may not be even having an architect to service them at all. So because 70% of the India is self-built. And unless we don't make codes, we don't make certain things visible to them, it'll be difficult for us to handle it.
So I think that is a very interesting point, serving the population which is not being serviced by architects, the underprivileged to an extent, if I can use that word. I had come across a very interesting fact that only 5% of the buildings in UK are actually designed by architects, which means 95% are designed by somebody else. So we do have a role, and I think we need to expand our role, and I think it's also about the value we give. Right, so in that context, I would like to, take this opportunity to talk to Rashmi Tandonji. You are leading the training and development and training, center that you mentioned in Delhi. And I want to just make the question a bit more specific, right? In terms of the new technologies, right? Have you and the council identified certain focus and thrust areas, right, for empowering young architects and designers with, these technologies? What are those, if they're?
Yeah. So if like you go by the minimum standards which Council of Architecture actually gives to the institutions to follow for their curriculum, there are certain components which are rigid. I mean, where like we have to go by certain core subjects, certain technology-driven, as in your structures, construction, design, and even applied subjects. So those are the core components which pan-India everybody would follow. But now, since last minimum standards, we have the component of electives. So those electives are very open-ended, and so many institutions are actually very, very smartly and strategically trying to come up with different subjects as per the resources available within the cities. I think the major challenge is the resources in terms of who will impart education to those kind of courses which are maybe desirable for students. They really want to upskill them with that software skills, those open electives, everything, possible, but we don't have even enough tutors to take up those kind of courses. So at Training and Research Center, we are addressing this more stringently now. And the courses on BIM have been in the pipeline. We introduced one 5-day offline fundamentals of BIM course recently at Delhi Center. Yeah. And we are trying to come up with more such courses on a regular basis. And those certifications which will be made more affordable to large masses. Because if like you go by the market standards, these courses are super expensive. 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs, and so many of our students may not afford it to that level. I think that's also one thing which we are understanding and addressing, and we are trying to make it very, very affordable and reachable to all. And about AI and all these, I would say, disruptive technologies, Council has been very much recognizing, acknowledging, accepting, appreciating, all that is coming. And I would always say technology is something which will keep changing. And we have to change ourselves with its pace. So if like you go by the various training programs that are being offered, and they are listed on our website under the TRCs, 5-day training programs for faculty, so many of them, I would say 20% of them are related to these, because they are so pertinent, they are so much required by the faculty. And again, what again would be a common factor, you will see that again the trainers are very common in so many, because again that pool, who's going to impart education is still very limited. So we are trying to work on that, and we are trying to make these more courses reachable for everyone.
Sure, fantastic. I think this proactive approach is definitely required, because the technologies that we are now interacting with are modifying every 6 months, if not 3 months, and the change is very rapid. You mentioned tutors. We may not need tutors in 1 year, because we'll have AI to teach us everything. I see ma'am not agreeing, and I hope we can take a question from her very soon on this, but it'll be very nice to think about it. I'll take this opportunity to, extend this thought, and I would say that, the design process that we have today is already embedded, if not totally influenced by AI, right? We were talking with Rajiv yesterday, and I think you mentioned that, you believe that AI has already taken over ideation, rendering, and early design moves, right? And these big models which we are working with, have totally dramatically changed the design process. Also, I think the context is that these models are not Indian models, right? They're depending on Western data. So for people who may not understand it, AI is as good as the back-end big data that it crunches, right? So if it crunches Western data, it actually gives you Western influences. If it knows about the temples, it will tell you about the temples. What do you think,
Yeah. So this has been the work we have been doing for since ChatGPT came out. Right? So that's a transition moment for everybody. And since then, we have been testing it continuously for biases, for design, thought processes. When you throw something at it, what is the reply that coming out of it? Things have improved dramatically, but the nuances have not. And the fundamental bias, anyway, it's not, you don't really need to be an AI specialist to understand it. You go to Google and you search Indian subjects. We work in crafts. There are more than 700, 800 crafts of India. After the first 25, everybody is confused what is what. If you put an image in Google search, Google cannot. If Google cannot find out, AI cannot find out, because they have just consumed the same data and turned themselves into what they call global intelligence. So it is not global at all. It is Western intelligence that is looking at a Western point of view. And we are consuming it just like we took Google at face value. We thought every question is answered at Google. That was our generation. I think the new generation is going to AI straight. It is even further biased. It's a distilled version of Google data, of internet data. And unfortunately, we have become the biggest consumers of this manufactured data, and thinking that it is answering our problem, which it is at a distance. So our work is probably to create the foundation of literature that we can then give it to the big data for them to consume it, and then to create something that's useful for us.
Okay, that's, I think that's very pertinent. There's something for us to think about. I'm also getting the messages that we are strictly running out of time. Maybe, I want to close it at just one more, for all of us. And I want to pose it, so I'll give you my anecdote before I share this thought. So, see, as an architect, when you kind of grow up, you tend to, instead of making drawings yourself, you tend to start telling your juniors or your interns or your, younger junior architect, make this, modify this or modify that, because you believe that, and you hire the most intelligent people to do that for you, right? So in a way, all the senior architects have been prompting their juniors who are intelligent, to a great extent. But what's interesting today is that the juniors, instead of doing it themselves, they are now prompting the artificial intelligence to, okay, give me this curve, or give me that color, or give me this kind of feel, right? So I think there is big change. The change is already there. And I wanted to actually pose this to Krishnamurti ji, that what is the role of the architect you see in the future? Is it more from drawings? We mentioned being a builder, but when it comes to artificial intelligence and especially the conceptual stages, have we become somebody who's going to be prompting, and
See, I think we are actually not trying to understand what AI as a subject is. That's what I believe in. What's happening is we are feeling that AI is just a tool where with prompts we can get answers. And that's what we have been doing for so many years that, in Google search engine, we are trying to search something, we are getting some data, right? And that's the same thing which is happening now. But if you're looking at AI as a completely different package by itself, it's a tool. The logic of AI, using AI is to first understand, to learn scripting. You need to script. So you have to create your own data, right? You have to make your brain, you have to put your brain inside AI and create that data in that search engine about what you are all about. And then start generating scripts. The problem is we are not learning to understand, if I want to design something, I need to create a script. What is this script all about? When I was drawing on a paper, I was trying to draw a line 3 centimeters, 4 centimeters, 5 centimeters, and try to, make a plan out of it. Then I'm trying to extrude, give a height to it. So I'm trying to plot points and create a 3D model. Now if I start scripting this with an algorithm and give number of iterations, what the software is doing as an AI, logic of AI is, it is giving me number of iterations with respect to the model that I want to generate. So it's a script. Now this script can be utilized in multiple ways, right? The same script can be utilized to create a convention center. It can be utilized to create a washroom, right? And it can also create the same script can also be used to create a WC, for the matter of fact. Okay, you have to understand the logics. Now the problem with us is we are all short of time, right? And this tool AI has given us that flexibility that instant drawings bana lo, instant 3D models bana lo, right? It's giving us that opportunity. And hum log itne, we are so comfortable in getting these outcomes so fast that we take the outcomes and we are proceeding for the next day. We are not thinking that let's take a full stop. First, let's understand what this software is all about. There are multiple programs. So what we need to understand is, first we need to understand the back end of this software, what it can give us, and how it can duplicate us. If I want my studio to run the way I want, then I have the privilege to make myself in the software, make a search engine of myself. And
one integrated whole, which offers you this amazing opportunities to create solutions, right? Create products, create businesses, because you have that intelligence to tap somehow. That's what I took from that. From Madhukar ji, I think fantastic, I've had few discussions yesterday, earlier today. The government of India is taking huge initiative in digital technologies. We have to be proactive. We have to go out for it, get it working for our people, right? Because it is not about just taking technology for technology's sake. I think he was mentioning how he's thinking and his organization, government is thinking about keeping the technology people-centric, which is a big issue, right? And finally, and definitely, Akashdeep, I think closer to my heart, I think I'm really hoping that AI actually allows you access to science, which actually architects somehow have, in the pursuit of other things, have found it difficult to apply in many ways. And passive design, green building, opens up as soon as you start using these technologies, because that knowledge, that science is at your fingertips. And I'm hoping it also simplifies the certification process, right? So what you can take away from me is that I'm really open to all these technologies. What I tell my team in my office is, what are you trying right now? Can you try some other tool? Can you show me something else that can be done? So for me, it's all about learning, and I hope you learned something today from all of us. So with that, it's a wrap. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, our panelist and Harsh sir, for expertly moderating this session for us. For now, as a token of our appreciation, we would now like to felicitate our panelists. For this, I would like to invite R.K. Oberoi sir and Gajanan Ram sir to felicitate our panelists. Please join us on the dais. Shri Deepak Kumar sir, please join us on the dais, sir. May I now request our distinguished guest to please felicitate every panels. I will please felicitate Architect Harsh Thapar sir. Shri Akash Deep sir. May we have a round of applause for our distinguished panelists, please? Architect Krishna Leela Murthy sir. Shri Madhukar Pandey sir. Architect Rajiv Lunkar sir. Mr. Rajneesh Sareen sir. Let's have a photo. Please, group picture, one last group picture. Thank you so much to all the panelists. Now I would like to request Deepak Kumar sir for the vote of thanks and for the closing of the session.
Thank you so much, Shrutika ji. बैठने दो बैठने दो चलो चलो क्या उसका का डिनर बोलना क्या बोलना जी चलो कर लेंगे वो आप आ जाओ हाँ हाँ ठीक ठीक Good evening, all of you. प्रेसिडेंट सर से इंस्पिरेशन लेते हुए तथा अतिथि देवो भव की भावना को बढ़ाते हुए मैं भी रामायण की चौपाई से ये क्लोजिंग जो वोट ऑफ थैंक्स शुरू करना चाहता हूँ। सिया राम मैं सब जग जानू करुण प्रणाम जोर जोग पानी। जय सिया राम। Respected President Sir, esteemed panel speakers, Registrar Council of Architecture, distinguished guests, faculty members, students and colleagues. As we conclude this enriching symposium and panel discussion on Parampara se Pragati tak, it is my proud privilege to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks on behalf of Council of Architecture on the successful conduct of this symposium and panel discussion. At the outset, the Council of Architecture wholeheartedly like to thank Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India for making Council an important partner in this world's largest building material exhibition called Bharat BuildCon 2026. I express my deepest gratitude to esteemed President Sir, Architect Gajanand Ram, for his inspiring leadership and thought-provoking presidential address. His vision for integrating our rich architectural heritage with future-ready practices continues to guide the profession. I extend my sincere thanks to Shri R.K. Oberoi, Registrar Council of Architecture, for his warm welcome address and for his constant support for making this event a reality. We are grateful to Mr. Jitendra Katharia ji, Mr. Vishal Acharya ji, directors of Bharat BuildCon, for their valuable support and partnership in organizing this important dialogue. Their commitment to promoting innovation and excellence in the built environment deserves special appreciation. Our special thanks due to Dr. Rashmi Tandon, Deputy Director, CEO at TRC, for her insightful keynote address, which set the tone for today's discussions and highlighted the importance of connecting tradition with contemporary practices. I would like to place on record our sincere appreciation for all speakers, moderators, and panelists who shared their knowledge, experience, and perspectives. The first theme of today's deliberations, vernacular architecture and heritage transformation, reminded us of the value of our traditions. The second theme, future of the built environment and digital technologies, AI and next-gen architectural practice, highlighted the exciting possibilities that lie ahead. Together, these discussions on Indian knowledge systems and architecture have truly embodied the spirit of our motto, from tradition to progress. The insights shared by our learned speakers illuminated how timeless wisdom can guide contemporary practice, ensuring architecture remains rooted in cultural ethos and embracing innovation. We are grateful to Dr. Binmul Tom, member COA, for her insightful presentation on wisdom of the past, and to Dr. Naveen Priplani, the moderator, along with all distinguished panelists for their valuable perspective on vernacular architecture, heritage, and traditional knowledge systems. We also extend our sincere thanks to architect Krishna Leela Murthy ji for the enlightening presentation of future of architectural practice, and to architect Harsh Thapar ji, the moderator, together with all esteemed panelists for their engaging discussions on digital technologies, artificial intelligence, sustainability, and the evolving built environment. I also extend my sincere appreciation to all the members of Council of Architecture, representatives from the academia, industry leaders, architects, students, and professionals who joined us today. Your enthusiastic participation and thoughtful interactions have made the symposium meaningful and impactful. A special word of thanks to organizing team led by architect Shrutika ji, Assistant Director COE TRC Delhi, who is also the master of ceremony for this event. All the technical and support staff, volunteers, and all the officials of council and everyone who worked behind the scenes. Their dedication, meticulous planning, and tireless efforts ensured the smooth conduct of today's program. As we look ahead, let us continue to foster collaboration between academia, industry, and governance, so that architecture in India may stand as a model harmony between tradition and modernity. Together, we can ensure that built environment reflects both our cultural identity and our aspirations for progress. As we conclude, let us carry forward the essence of Parampara se Pragati tak, weaving together heritage and modernity in our architectural journey. With these words, I once again thank all the distinguished guest speakers, participants, and partners for making this event a grand success. अंत में मैं फिर एक चौपाई से इसका अंत करना चाहूँगा. मंगल भवन अमंगल हारी द्रवोज दशरथ अजर विहारी. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद, जय भारत. With this, we conclude today's symposium and panel discussions. We thank all for being part of this important event. Thank you so much.